Good evening. On behalf of the City Council and the Planning Commission, I welcome you here tonight for this joint meeting of both the City Council and the Glendora Planning Commission. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting, so there are those folks who will be joining us on Zoom. So we ask tonight for us to be able to conduct this in an orderly fashion. If you wish to speak, make sure you pick up your card ahead of time and fill that out. So when we get to the public comment time, and also ask you if you have a phone or other electronic device to please put that on silent so it will not disturb our meeting. Tonight, I invite Councilmember Friedendahl to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after Chair Davis calls the Planning Commission to order. Sir?
I hereby call this October 25th edition of the Planning Commission. What did I say? October. How did I get October?
It's April.
April 25th, correction. All commission members present and accounted for.
United States of America, for which nation.
Thank you, Mr. Friedendahl. All right, this evening we will begin with having our update on the housing element for compliance with the 6th cycle regional housing needs assessment. And at this time, I invite Director Kugel.
Thank you, Mayor Davis, Chair Davis, and all of the members of the City Council and Planning Commission tonight. I'm Jeff Kugel. I'm the Community Development Director, and I'm here to provide an overview on the status of the housing element update for the 6th RHNA cycle. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So just to kind of introduce to you who's been working on this project over the past year and a half or so, myself, Mark Carnahan, city planner, Hans Friedel, who's in the audience and is a senior planner, and then Veronica Tam is the consultant that the city's retained to assist with the development of the housing element. And Veronica's firm has done the last 2 housing elements for the city, as well as doing almost 20 others for the region, consulting other cities, including Long Beach, Garupa Valley, and others in the area. Tonight's goals would be to, the next slide, please. Tonight's goals would be to conduct a recap of where we are with the housing element update, to go over the comments that the city has received from the state on our 2 rounds of review on the housing element, and then to discuss a list of housing element action items. That list is really the crux of the meeting, where we want to go over a list of items that we've come up with that we believe will help us get in compliance with the state and obtain a certified housing element from the state office or State Department of Housing and Community Development. Next slide. So the first item, why is the housing element important and what is it? So I'll start with trying to answer just quickly answer the question, why is it important? For one, the state has declared a housing crisis, and California has always been, or for many decades at least, an expensive real estate market. However, the shortage of housing within the state has driven the state to, on many various levels, both politically and legislatively, declare a crisis in the state that it is unable to adequately provide housing for all segments of the population within the state. The second item is that complying with the housing element and having a housing element is required by state law, primarily under Government Code 65583 and 65588, which govern the elements or the items that must be included within the housing element, and also covers regular updates of the housing element. And I'll talk about that in a second. Housing elements are updated in what are called cycles. And then lastly, housing is economic development. Housing directly creates lots of jobs in the construction area, engineering, architectural design. It also brings more population to your city thereby, increasing your tax base, increasing your economic base that will then attract businesses that support housing, both retail and services. Next slide, please. The housing element. So what is the housing element? So the housing element in a nutshell is Glendora's plan to meet the housing needs of current and future residents. So we're providing housing for residents who live here and residents who will live here in the future as the community continues to grow. It is one of 7 required elements or chapters of the city's general plan. State law requires a comprehensive general plan that covers issues such as land use, traffic circulation, noise, open space, safety, and housing is one of the state required elements of the general plan. The general plan itself, as I mentioned earlier, must be updated on a regular basis in accordance with state law, and a housing element cycle currently runs 8 years. And currently the city or the state of California and the SCAG region is on the 6th housing element cycle, which goes back, this part of the law became part of the law in the 1980s, although the state has had a housing element law since going back to the late 60s. But updating it on regular cycles and explaining how you're going to meet the state's housing goals has been a requirement to be updated for several decades now. So we're on the 6th cycle of the housing element update. The housing element is the only part of the general plan. I mentioned there are 7 mandatory elements. This is the only chapter or element of the general plan that must be reviewed and certified by the state of California. And that certification directly comes from an agency called the Department of Housing and Community Development. And so they oversee general law cities like Glendora, which is among the general law cities and counties in the state of California, and really charter cities as well that must comply with the housing element law and obtain certification as part of running the city of Glendora. So next slide, please. So I think I mentioned a little bit. So the current housing element cycle, as I mentioned before, covers the period 2021 to 2029. So the cycle that we're in right now is the 5th cycle, which covers 2015 to 2021. And so we're currently in the 6th cycle that we're planning for, and we're preparing the current housing element update. Next slide. The housing element, what we're planning for, when I mentioned earlier, planning for the housing needs of current and future residents, what the state at the end of the day wants all cities, or is requiring all cities to do under the law, is to plan for a certain fixed number of housing units within its jurisdiction. And so what this spreadsheet on the slide, before you indicates are the number of units in all of the different income categories that the state has established that the city is required to plan for. This is not a production requirement. It does not mean that the city has to facilitate the development and construction of this many units. However, what it means is that within its general plan documents and chapters, those elements, we must demonstrate that we have capacity for the theoretical building of these units. So if a developer came and during the planning period, we would have a obligation to demonstrate that we had the ability within our zoning regulations and capacity of development to develop this many units within the city. I wanted to also compare the 5th cycle and the 6th cycle in this illustration or this spread little table. You'll notice that in the 5th cycle, if you go down to the bottom, the total number of units is 686. So the city had to demonstrate back in 2013 that it had the capacity during that planning period to, if a developer or this many units were developed, that we had the ability within our land use designations and zoning to accommodate that many units. For the 6th cycle, that number has jumped up quite a bit, and we're up now at 2276. That number of units is the allocation that the city has received under the regional housing needs assessment for the 6th cycle. So we have to demonstrate that we can accommodate within our land use designations over 2,000 units within the city. So that's again, it's a planning document. It's planning for this theoretical number of units, but we have to show that we can accommodate and facilitate that within our development regulations. And so I will add this. So this is probably for all cities within the region, the most challenging RENA cycle that the entire SCAG region, if not the state, has experienced. And I think that for the SCAG region, which Glendora is a part of, I believe the number of units allocated to the region was 1.3 billion units or million, 1.3 million. Sorry, billion. It seems like billion, but it was actually 1.3 million. So out of that 1.3 million units allocated to the SCAG region, which includes Los Angeles, Orange County, Riverside County, Ventura County, and San Bernardino County, I believe, and Imperial County, 1.3 million units. So Glendora's little slice of that pie that we're required to plan for is just over 2,000 or almost 2,300 units. Next slide, please. So where we are in our housing element process, we kicked off this project back in November of 2020 with a meeting at the Planning Commission, and we have held several public meetings over 2021 on April 6th, May 4th, June 3rd, and August 24th to really, we focused on the development of what's called a sites inventory. In other words, the locations in the city that the city would identify where this theoretical number of 2,273, 76 units could in theory be developed should we get applications. And then we completed the final or a draft document. We sent our first draft to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for their review in September of 2021. And then we got comments back. We updated the first draft and we sent an updated draft in December of 2021 to the state for a second round of review. And again, as I mentioned, the HCD is the state agency that must certify the city's housing element. So we need their approval so we can adopt and have a certified housing element. Next slide, please. So there are deadlines associated, and Glendora, like many cities within the SCAG region, and I will mention that of all the cities within the region I described, I believe there are only about 10 jurisdictions within the SCAG region, that 5-county area, which have received certification from the state. So again, this is a very challenging, and everybody's struggling with the deadline. The statutory deadline under state law to adopt a certified housing element was October 15th of 2021, plus a 120-day grace period that the state gave you, which expired on February 11th of 2022. So just a couple of years ago. So at the moment, the city of Glendora is out of compliance when it comes to its housing element. We don't have an adopted certified housing element for the 6th RENA cycle. Mandatory rezoning under state law, in order to accommodate that 2,200 units, the city did when we adopted the sites inventory as part of the housing element. We actually had to upzone and increase density within areas of the city, primarily along Route 66 and Arrow Highway, or actually exclusively along Route 66 and Arrow Highway, to accommodate the total number of houses that in theory might be accommodated in the city. So rezoning to complete that is under state law, is supposed to be completed by October 15th of 2022. Next slide, please. So housing element, what are the consequences to cities who don't get a certified housing element or adopt one? So there's some risk of litigation for violation of state housing law. That risk of litigation might come from the state attorney general's office. If I would also mention that HCD, that agency, has been granted additional enforcement authorities from the state legislature to enforce state housing law. And the attorney general may also enforce state housing law. The litigation could also come from advocates for housing in the state of California, some of the nonprofit or private entity that advocates that cities zone and, be in compliant with state law on the housing law. Penalties can include in the courts, it can include financial penalties to the city, loss of permitting authority. In other words, if we would just have to approve a housing development, and also other things could include mandated housing development approval. So we could, under a worst case scenario, lose our ability to approve zoning applications. They would just be approve projects. And if they met the building code, we would have to issue the permits. That's sort of in theory what the state might do if the city lost in a litigation situation. Next slide, please. So I want to go over quickly what the comments from the state have covered. And there are several parts of the housing element that the state has commented on. One is our analysis of affirmatively furthering fair housing, which is a new part of the housing element for the sixth cycle. Our sites inventory analysis, and also city programs and support for housing development. Next slide, please. Under the affirmatively furthering fair housing within the city, the state's comments, and by the way, the state's letters in the staff report for tonight, there's a link to the city webpage, which includes all of the documents, including the state letters that we've received, as well as the staff reports and links to the meetings that have occurred on the housing element. The affirmatively furthering fair housing section of the housing element, the state made comments on these different categories. And I won't go over each of them, but to sum it up, basically, it's the level of analysis that we've done in each of these areas to demonstrate, to show integration, segregation in the community, racially concentrated areas of affluence, disparities in housing opportunity, disproportionate housing needs and displacement risk, and identification and prioritization of contributing factors. So that's a lot of bureaucratic language, and I can happy to talk about that if that's what we have questions on those areas. The other part was a critique of the city's sites inventory, demonstrating that we can show realistic capacity for those over 2,000 units. In theory, that we have zoning capacity. How do we deal with many of the small sites that we have included in our housing sites inventory? And how do we deal with the fact that pretty much, well, not pretty much, over 50% of our sites, actually all of our sites, are non-vacant sites. Glendora is a built-out community, and so all of the sites that are identified for housing are occupied by something else, either an existing commercial or residential use. And so the state wants you to show that you're removing impediments or facilitating housing to overcome the fact that all of your sites, or over 50% of them, is what it says in the state law, are non-vacant. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, next slide. Programs and support for housing development. This is the last area, and this is where we really came to talk about tonight. We asked the state, after each of the rounds of review, we had a meeting with the staff person at the Department of Housing and Community Development who is reviewing our housing element. And so the way it works is that you submit it to the state, they assign a staff person at the state, and then they're responsible for providing approval from the state, and that's who we're working with directly. So we asked that person, so what can the city do to sort of beef up our programs that support housing development in the community? And they provided us a general list, things like expanding density bonuses and incentives for housing development, reducing or modifying development standards, things like open space or parking requirements, fast tracking processing of housing development, particularly for affordable housing development, adopting a tiered environmental review, in other words, simplifying the environmental review process for developers, waiving or subsidizing fees for affordable housing, and assisting affordable housing developers in applying for funding. Next slide, please. So this is the housing element action items matrix, which is included as an attachment to the staff report. It's a list of 36 items that staff has endeavored to come up with that would address programs to support housing development. And in that, if you'll notice on the right there, the list is 1 to 36. We've categorized them in areas to streamline housing, reduce regulatory constraints, help affordable housing. And on the right, we've given them, this is a subjective scorecard by staff on how well each of these might meet state goals as well as local goals that we have in our various policy documents, such as the general plan or the strategic plan that we've adopted. So next slide. The state goals might be things like process streamlining, removing regulatory constraints, offering development incentives, helping out affordable housing, Next slide. Local goals might be things like reducing the cost and time of development, supporting economic development, removing regulations, and ensuring quality housing within the community. Next slide. So what I want to do is kind of just, rather than go over all 36 items, at the end of this, if you have questions, we can go over any number of the items that are on the list of action items. But I've sort of kind of grouped them into various areas, so you can get the gist of the types of things that we're proposing that the city do to facilitate housing development, make it easier for builders and people coming to get permits from the city. Number one would be to streamline the CEQA process, particularly along our major east-west corridors. The major east-west corridors where most of our housing sites are identified are the Route 66 corridor as well as Arrow Highway. Those are program areas where specific plans have program level EIRs. So if we updated those environmental impact reports, we could streamline the CEQA review process, and that will tremendously reduce the time and cost of processing a project through the entitlement process or the public hearing process. We could also remove public hearings for smaller projects, things that are less than 10 or up to 10 units, or even up to 30 units is what we've proposed. The idea being, if something meets the code, what's the reason to have a public hearing? If it meets the code, the city should be in a position to issue a permit more quickly than requiring public hearings on small housing projects. Items 3, 4, and 5 have to do with streamlining the noticing requirements. Glendora's noticing requirements are actually more than what state law requires. For public hearings, we require 500 feet of notification for things that require a public hearing. And the state law only requires 300 feet of notification under state law. So we'd remove some of those things that are affecting housing development. Next slide. Regulatory constraints. We give some of the proposals are to give the city the ability to modify height, setbacks, other development standards to facilitate housing development, to allow more time to begin construction after land is entitled. Right now, we have about an 18-month period that we allow someone to get permits before they have to reapply. Remove noticing that only applies to housing. There are a series of noticing requirements that don't apply to commercial development, that only apply to housing development. Probably the most dramatic one is that whenever a general plan application is submitted, in other words, you're changing the designation of property from a non-residential use to a residential use, you have to notice all homeowners within 2,000 feet of the property, regardless of the size of the project. And that is a pretty large noticing field that the city requires. It's not required under state law. The next slide, please. Development incentives. We've also proposed in this action items list to density bonuses, and this is really, most of the density bonuses are essentially restoration of some of the bonuses that used to be in the Route 66 specific plan. Also suggesting that we might add density bonuses and concessions along the Arrow Highway specific plan corridor as well, and allowing for incentives for parking reductions and open space reductions for housing projects. Also creating objective design criteria that we could adopt, so it would be streamline the process. Next slide, please. Affordable housing. So there's the last group of items on that list of 36 is a group of programs that would help facilitate affordable housing within the community. Such as, again, modifying development standards, such as parking for affordable housing, and particularly in areas where it's near transit. We have the Gold Line station coming in the next few years. And so the state is moving in the direction of encouraging cities to adopt reduced parking standards within the half-mile area of the Gold Line or of transit to offer fast-track permitting for affordable housing projects, to establish minimum densities to ensure no net loss, which means the state does not want you, if you have a property that allows 30 dwelling units to the acre, the state does not want cities adopting projects that are only 10 units to the acre. They want you to adopt projects, and the state law essentially requires that you do so within the maximum capacity or near the maximum capacity of the zone, so you're not losing capacity for housing. And lastly, to directly assist in the development of affordable housing. So that would be to seek out developers, work with property owners to facilitate the development of affordable housing in the community. And next slide. So I think that concludes my portion of the initial presentation. Be happy to turn it back over to the mayor and chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kugel. We'll come back to you in just a little bit with some of our questions and comments, but right now I'm going to open the public comment time. If you wish to speak and have not filled out a card yet, I invite you to do so and turn that in to the city clerk. Also, for those who are joining us on Zoom, we invite you to use the raise hand icon and we'll call on you when it is time. For our first speaker, Matt Bartlett.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I'm here tonight to express my concern. I understand the state of California is requiring things of cities for zoning, and it's concerning to me. As a businessman in the city, in real estate, yes, I love to sell homes, but I don't want to see Glendora become cities like Rancho Cucamonga, where you see high density housing. You walk up your stairwell of your house and you're looking into your neighbor's bedroom, bathroom. It's not appealing. Glendora is that bedroom community. Space between your neighbors, but yet you're still close enough. I don't want to lose that. Okay. And I want to see our city and our planning commission and our city council stand up to the state of California. Don't back down. Don't listen to their threats. If it means we need to go to court, then that's what we do. We go to court. For them to threaten that they're going to come in and they're going to tell you how you're going to run our city, it's not acceptable to me. Stand up to them. You've got my support. I don't want to see our zoning codes lower the standards. I think our standards are good. Don't make them worse. I don't want to see 5-story buildings. I don't want to see that. You know, stand up to them. You got my support behind you. I'll back you 100%. We need to go to court. That's what we do. Thank you for your time. And I'll step back and let the next person talk.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I'd like to call Lisa Long to come forward, please.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting. I just wanted, as I was listening to all of the information, especially all the penalties, you know, like you better do this, you better do that, or this could happen, you could be sued, you could lose your right to do zoning. It just really was sad that we don't have our leaders standing up for our city. And so I just wanted to, and I know that you want to, so I appreciate that you want to. I just want to remind you all that you were elected, for those of you who are elected, you were elected by the citizens of Glendora. You were not elected by the county. You were not elected by the state bureaucracy. You were elected to serve, and you have a duty to serve the citizens of Glendora. And all that we ask that you do is serve the citizens. We ask that you not serve the state. Otherwise, why do we have you? Why isn't just the state here? We expect you to do best by us. So whatever decision you make, I expect it to be not because you're afraid of the state, not because you're afraid of the county. I want you to stand bravely. And just as that nice gentleman just said, the city's behind you. You want us to come, what do you want us to do to support you? Maybe we need to be the example to stand up to the state. We're supposed to have local government run by the people, for the people. Maybe it's time for us to take a stand. Something else that stood out to me is that we get incentives for reducing open space and reducing parking. I don't know how many of you who have been to areas of Los Angeles County that cars are everywhere. It's horrible. People don't like to live there. So any incentive that you would go, oh, we're going to do this incentive, reduce parking, that will not serve the citizens of Glendora. Open space is good for mental health. It's good for children. It's good for everyone. And so to take away any of our trees, any of our open space would be a tragedy. I believe in you. We elected you, those of you who are elected, and we expect you to honor your commitment and your duty to our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jean Maril?
Good evening, everybody. First, I want to thank all of you for serving our city. I think you're all doing a fantastic job, and I will stand behind whatever your decision. But I've lived in Glendora, have a business here for over 35 years. We moved here for the small town feel. Our children grew up through the schools, and it was just awesome. I admit I'm an old guy, and I like the old time feel of things in the town. And in the last 10, 15 years, we've got this movement. And when you're an old guy, a movement sometimes isn't a good thing. But, this being told we have to put up buildings and we have to meet these things that most of us don't know. I look through, the presentations, and it's, 50, 100, 200 pages of stuff. And Jeff did a really great presentation today. And even as dumbed down as it, I don't mean it that way, but as simple as it was, it's still over my head. And I think many citizens feel that same way. Otherwise, this room would be packed because we don't know what to do. We're told what we have to do instead of what we maybe can do. If we don't follow this, we can do this. We're always told what we can do. And if we don't accept this, then what's coming down the tracks, which the train is, right, is going to be even worse. So if we don't accept this 5-story building, the state's going to come in and put up a 10-story building. I don't like that. Tell us what options we have as citizens. The average person, I get told by a lot of folks that this is what the city wants. This is what we hear. I don't know who you're talking to, but all the folks I talk to in my business and in my community, they want the single family home. They don't want the tall buildings. Now, maybe we can come to something that is a compromise, but I'm not sure that most of the citizens aren't being listened to because they're sitting back and they're not here and they're not speaking up. And I had a whole bunch of other things I wanted to talk about, and I actually emailed it to the council. So I know most of the council folks. I don't know many of the planning folks. So thank you. And yeah, so probably don't want to get to know me, but I want us to tell us what we can do instead of what we have to do and must do. So that's what I'll leave this on. But I'm struggling with 5-story buildings, reducing the signage for the project so we don't know what's going on, reducing the area notifications. And the biggest one is the parking standards cannot be lowered. My goodness, where are you going to put the cars? And I know the bikes aren't going to solve the problem, but thank you.
Thank you, Jean. All right, Laurie Harold?
Got to put the microphone down now. He's too tall. Good evening. My name is Laurie Harold. I'm a lifelong resident of Glendora. My parents moved here in 1952. They bought a single family home on Heber off of Grand Avenue, and they moved from an apartment in Pasadena. They moved to this area because they wanted a single family home. They liked the community. And as Glendora, when they moved there, Foothill Presbyterian Hospital was orange groves. And I remember citrus groves behind our yard. That's the kind of community that this was. As years went by, more and more single-family homes were built, not high-density apartments, not high-density housing. People moved here because it was a bedroom community. That's the charm of Glendora. That remains the charm of Glendora. That's the history of Glendora. And I think everyone so far has gotten up here and has said, we want it to remain single-family homes, that kind of community, much like other communities. I don't see San Marino enacting this. I don't see other communities like Villa Verde and San Dimas enacting this. I don't see Sierra Madre talking about high density housing. We've already done some of it and it's horrible. I'll give you an example. Off of Route 66, they took out a low income mobile home community and put up high density apartments. Now there are setbacks when that was done. Now you're talking no setbacks, no requirement for parking, adding to traffic, increasing crime, increasing the burden on our school communities. So you're talking about very different things. And you're talking about two areas. And with all due respect to the city council, there's not one city council member that lives in the south part of Glendora. I do. I live in a single family home in the south part of community of Glendora, and we want it to remain that. And so what are you talking about? You're talking about the south part of Glendora, and you're talking about affecting that. You're talking about Route 66 and Arrow Highway, and that's the south part of town. You're not talking about anything above Foothill Boulevard. I think if you were talking about getting rid of the Glendora Country Club, I think you'd have a very different response to what you're trying to do. But you're not talking about getting rid of the Glendora Country Club and building high density, low income housing. You're talking about doing this in the south of Glendora. You're talking about affecting the neighborhoods I live in. I walk down Arrow Highway. I walk down Route 66. I walk in all those areas, and you're talking about changing those areas.
Ms. Harold, your time is up.
Let me just finish with this. I am a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for over 30 years. You can push back on the state of California, and you have city attorneys to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. John Harold?
That was mean to make me follow her. I always have to follow her and I always look terrible. Anyway, my name is John Harold, and she's the best lawyer I know. Now, it's interesting, as coming in here, I met a very lovely woman who was collecting signatures to get George Gaston, who has single-handedly destroyed the finest district attorney's office in the country. And he did it by doing things like this. He came in and he changed just a few rules. He's just changing a few things. He's gonna not do bail anymore. He's gonna do a few things, and the next thing you knew, he destroyed the district attorney's office. That's what's happening here now. Don't be the captain of the Titanic and try to get more passengers on board. Now, it is very interesting when I hear you say, you have to follow state law. I've been telling you guys for years, there's something called the Constitution of the United States. There's something called the Second Amendment, which the five of you have ignored. And you're going to find out in June how much you did ignore it, because the United States Supreme Court is going to send a clear message that you can't ignore the Constitution. You had no trouble doing that, but yet you have to listen to the developers. You're so afraid of Newsom that he's going to come here and force you to do everything. Guess what? I think very confidently, as my wife mentioned, Beverly Hills and a lot of the wealthier communities, you think they're going to be having all these things on them? They're going to fight it. You know how to go to court. You know, and let me tell you something, Johnny Depp is learning about court right now. It's easy to say you're going to do well in court. It's a difference to do there. Between my wife and I, we've done over 200 jury trials. We know what we're talking about. And let me tell you something else. I was a deputy attorney general for 7 years. You can beat them. They're not that good. They've been losing and getting their butts kicked on a lot of cases. What you have to do is stand up for the people who brought you to the dance. You have to stand up for Glendora. What's really sad is my middle daughter, Jackie, she moved out of Glendora. She lived over by the college, and her husband were walking with my grandchildren in my town, and they kept getting accosted by people. They saw the changes. She grew up in this town. She saw it a lot different, Miss Davis, than when she grew up. And so she moved now, bought over $1 million home in Upland, got out of Glendora. I'm hearing so many people coming up to me and telling me they're going to do the same thing. Don't listen to the developers, because again, all these things are, man, this is the Fair Employment Act for all the developers. Previous councils, who I fought with, would never have even entertained half of this stuff, because we may have disagreed about how this city was run, but we agreed on one thing, is that we loved Glendora. And if you vote for these things, you don't love Glendora. And to say you're doing it because you're afraid, well, if you're afraid, then move aside. There are people that aren't afraid, and there are people that will stand up for the children, because I'm disappointed my grandchildren will not grow up in Glendora because of this.
Someone turned in a card but did not put your name, instead wrote housing element. Okay, so Ms. Landman, then I invite you to come forward.
That's okay. Okay. Sorry for possible disheveled appearance, but I just got back from taking my middle school students on a hike in the beautiful South Hills Wilderness Park. And that is the jewel of our community. We should never give up any open space. That is something that makes Glendora stand out. And Covina, the kids from Covina, I work in Covina, and so they come over and we're walking, and then you end up forgetting that you're even where you're located. You know, it's just a beautiful area that should never be put on the table. Do not give away a city treasure. The main thing that stood out was besides a few other things, but these representatives from the state, they're not familiar with our town. They don't live here. They didn't get elected. They're not held accountable by the people of Glendora. You guys are. So just remember your roots and why you came to Glendora, or why you have remained in Glendora, to begin with. The elimination for public hearings for smaller projects, that's terrifying. A possible elimination of that, that is perhaps going to keep the people of Glendora in the dark. That's pretty shady. It's not very transparent. In the spirit of transparency, I would not eliminate that. You may recall when I ran for city council, maybe you don't recall, but my little mantra was keep our standards high and our buildings low. The people of Glendora, they don't like the giant buildings. They don't. And when they're moving away, that the number one thing is the monoliths coming up, and that's a huge complaint. It goes against everything Glendora stands for. What happens to the property value for the people who own the property when all of a sudden it's no longer commercial, it goes to residential, or it's single family, it goes to multi-family? What's happening to the property value for the owner and the surrounding landowners? How is that going to impact them? Where is the water coming from for all of these excessive amount of buildings? We keep being told that there's a drought, and there is, it's low water, but I have a little rain gauge, and so far it's 15 inches, 15.55 inches of rainfall. And it's not being reported the same for in the news, so I'm confused with that.
Ms.
Okay.
Landman, if you can tie up your thoughts, your
Yeah,
time is up.
just one last thing. I have been hearing about the possibility of eliminating single family dwellings, doing lot line adjustments, purchasing a single family residential unit, and then purchasing the property next door, doing a lot line adjustment and building an apartment in the middle of a single family neighborhood. I wanted to know your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience tonight who wishes to speak now during public comment? Mr. Sparling, if you can come forward, then afterwards fill out a card. Thank you.
Thank you. I think most of you know me. I know all the city council and a lot of the staff. And I think you do a good job. So I'm not up here to talk bad about you, but I know that one of the concerns we've got to look at is utilities, the water and the electricity. I mean, where the city is not going to be able to get more water. Understand, up Northern California, up where the governor lives, they get excess water, but we don't. So just keep that in mind when you talk about any of these developments. 2,000 more homes, that's 5,000 more people. That's a lot of water. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to just say your name when you come up, and you can turn your card into our city clerk.
Hi there. My name is Bruce Irvin. So I have a few questions. Perhaps you have an idea what the state has in mind for what percentage of this housing will be subsidized. It'd be nice to know that. And I imagine there's a couple hundred cities in California that have the same objection that we're all experiencing here. Have cities communicated with each other at trying to go to court as a team, analogous to a class action attitude? We've all grown up knowing that the cities had the right to decide their own zoning laws. California is leading the charge at changing all of that. It's to us, to a lot of us, that's kind of scary. It's a dramatic move towards socialism. So this is a front line where it could be stopped if we were to prevail in court. I imagine have to get past the Ninth Circuit, but is anybody thinking along those lines and anticipating that kind of action? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak tonight? Okay. Is there anyone on Zoom who has indicated they wish to speak?
If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, if you could please raise your hand and I will call on you. Sheila Reed.
Okay, thank you. Sheila, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought I'd unmuted myself. What I'm about to say isn't going to take 3 minutes. I joined this meeting late, so I may not be accurate in what I'm saying. I live on Elwood Avenue in Glendora. The church, the Mormon church, has been sold to developers, and I'm presuming that's what this conversation's about. This is why I'm here. My question is, we already have low-income housing south of Route 66 on Elwood. Are we seriously proposing developing further low-income housing on Elwood where the church currently stands? And I defer to one of the audience members here, and I'm sorry I didn't catch their name, but what about us? We bought houses in good faith. Property prices are surely going to be impacted by this. And are we going to be expected to carry the burden of the cost of allowing building of these housing, this sort of housing, to our detriment, whilst the rest of Glendora enjoys, whatever growth that occurs? So it seems to me grossly unfair. It seems to me grossly ill thought out, if I can say that. And this is my very first council meeting. This isn't to condemn anyone or to criticize anyone. I just question the validity of this sort of proposal, if that is the case. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. City Clerk, is there anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak at this time?
Jason.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Jason. I will not need the 3 minutes. I'll be brief. I will voice the support, the unpopular support for more housing. I try to look at things more from a logical standpoint of supply demand and think like an economist. We do have a housing shortage, and the only way to get out of it is to build more housing. Some of us have the luxury to choose where we want to live. And if we don't have, I think the alternative of not providing more housing is more homeless people. And many of us, our grandkids will not have the luxury they will simply not be able to afford to live in Glendora. Change sucks, I get it. And I'm not exactly too big of a fan on some of the items, but I just want to voice my support. Some of the fears, I think, for example, there's actually been studies done that multifamily housing uses less water on a per capita basis, mainly because of, there's not a bunch of lawns to wasting water, that kind of things. But I know it's the minority unpopular opinion, but I feel like it needs to be voiced. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Is there anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak?
This is the last call for any Zoom participants wishing to speak. I see none. Mayor Davis, I do have one email to read into the record.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Dear Planning Commission and City Council, I'm opposed to changes in the Glendora General Housing Plan element, specifically changing the zoning codes. All single-family housing areas must be kept as single-family. I'm aware there is a new state law encouraging multi-family housing everywhere possible, and I encourage Glendora, along with other cities, to join the lawsuit to prevent this destruction of our very core of our city and our single-family homes. We all know that developers want to buy any and all homes, demolish them, and add new multifamily. Under state law, they do not have to provide money for schools, sewers, water, power, or other services, but make lots of profits. Please put a stop to this. Please keep our single-family homes and stand up to the money and Sacramento interests pushing us. Sincerely, Jay and Chillian Brakinski.
Thank you. All right, with that, I will close the public comment time and come back to the council and the Planning Commission. As everyone saw, there are 36 items in this plan. So to try to make our conversation a little bit more directed and a little bit more productive, what we have done is have those 36 items on the laptop, and I'm going to invite council now to mark if they are in support of those items, if they would like to see them amended, if they're not in favor of those items. And that spreadsheet then will be on the screens for all of you in the audience to see. And then those items having more than 3 objections, those items then we will take one at a time for council and Planning Commission to discuss. So that way we can have our conversations be a little bit more directed and a little bit more productive in that way. And, for all of us here on the Planning Commission and the City Council, we all live in the city of Glendora. And so we as well care very much about what happens in Glendora. So I know for myself, I live near Route 66. So what happens on Route 66 as well as Arrow Highway does make a difference. So when we look at these decisions, we are taking all of those into consideration. And we appreciate staff, all the information that you've provided us with. We know that you have spent literally several hours, almost amounting to days, helping the 10 of us digest all this information. So we appreciate all that effort. And so at this time, I'd invite council, if you haven't finished already, to go ahead and finish with the voting in front of you, and then we will use that information to proceed forward.
Mayor, just 2 points of clarification really quickly.
Sure.
We were going to go item by item for all of them that had at least 2 objections or
Okay.
objection and an amended request. And then just a quick reminder for the planning commission, once we have that list, the mayor will work with the chair to open it up if there's any comments outside of those items that you would like
Right.
some
I was
clarification
sharing
on.
that with them earlier. Yes. Thank you.
Perfect.
If I could request, I think it'd be appropriate for us to respond to some of the comments were made in public comment, just to.
And I was going to invite everyone to do that when we get to the comment time.
Okay,
I wanted to get through this process first and then give everybody a chance to do that.
perfect. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, for our tech people, once we've filled this out, there's nothing to do. We don't have to save. We don't have to send.
No, it'll automatically populate in the summary tab, which we'll put up for everyone to see.
Okay, just want to be sure.
At least that's the plan. So.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say for the sake of the planning commission, for you to be able to see that and then respond. Yes. So I would recommend for our planning commissioners, if you have particular items that you want to make sure that we pull to discuss, if you can make note of those right now, and then I will invite you in just a moment to add those. All 36 are there, but.
Mayor, if you'd like, I can go down the list and kind of identify those that we will be pulling for discussion based on the preliminary votes.
That will be helpful because I think it's difficult for everyone to see the
Sure.
screen. So if you do that, and then if those items that you wish to pull don't get mentioned, please make note, and then I'll call on all of you in just a moment. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Perfect. We will be pulling item number 2, item number 3, item number 4, item number 5, item number 12, item number 15, item number 19, item number 20, item number 22, item number 23, item number 26, item number 27, item number 28, item 29, item 30, item 32, item 34, and item 35.
Maybe I should have asked you
Does
which
anyone have
items
a
we're not
bingo?
pulling.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chair Davis, is there any other item that you wish to pull that was not mentioned?
I'm pretty good with those.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Koss.
No, that's pretty comprehensive. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Becerra? Commissioner Seti? Commissioner Norwood? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Raymond?
I was just going to say, we'll pull up the PowerPoint with each of those items, Jeff, and we'll go one by one so the public can see the actual item and its full description that we'll be discussing in a little more detail.
Before we do that, I know that Mayor Pro Tem Boyer had requested to respond to some of the questions. Mr. Winder, did you want to respond to the legal questions, sir?
You bet. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Chair of the Planning Commission, and ladies and gentlemen. There are indeed cities that are pushing back. There are two principal litigations that are pending right now that are challenging both the RENA allocations imposed by the state and challenging a state enactment which is largely driving much of what we're doing in the cities in the state of California, known as Senate Bill 9. Let me bring you up to date on both of those. The first litigation is the Orange County Council of Governments litigation, the OCOG litigation. The County of Orange's Council of Governments filed a lawsuit challenging the allocation calculation methodology used by the state in assigning each jurisdiction's regional housing needs, their so-called RENA numbers. This is a tough lawsuit because there is prior precedent, the so-called City of Irvine case out of the California Court of Appeals that basically said the HCD determination is a legislative act, it's beyond judicial review. And so to deal with that, the OCOG litigation says, we're not challenging the right of the state to impose RENA numbers. We're saying that the state didn't follow its own statute in providing that calculation this year. We've briefed the council about this litigation in closed session twice, maybe 3 times. The original complaint was filed in Los Angeles County Superior Court. There was a procedural challenge to the complaint referred to as a demur by the state. That demur, that procedural challenge was sustained without leave to amend, meaning that the Orange County Council of Governments couldn't try to replead their case. That case is presently pending on appeal, and as soon as the briefing schedule opens up, we're going to bring the item back to the City Council to see if the City Council wants to file a friend of the court brief known as an amicus brief in support of the Orange County Council of Governments, challenging the methodology by which the City of Glendora Regional Housing Needs Assessment allocation was calculated along with the entire system in the state. So that's lawsuit number 1. Lawsuit number 2 challenges SB 9. And there are actually one lawsuit already on file and another lawsuit about to be filed. To give you just a basic thumbnail sketch, there are 2 kinds of cities in California. There are charter cities, which arguably have their own local constitution, and there are general law cities, of which the city of Glendora is a general law city. A general law city is obligated to follow the general laws of the state. So there are 4 charter cities that have filed a lawsuit in Los Angeles County Superior Court arguing that the entirety of Senate Bill 9 is unconstitutional because it violates the constitutionally enshrined notion of home rule. And home rule is something that charter cities have because the argument is that a charter city has its own constitution to the extent that it's not inconsistent with California's constitution, can otherwise be inconsistent with state laws. The general law cities lawsuit is ready to be filed, and my other city, the city of Rancho Palos Verdes and the city of Hesperia, are currently named as petitioners in that lawsuit, and we are currently soliciting other general law cities to join that lawsuit. And the argument there is that Senate Bill 9 in its entirety is unconstitutional because it violates another concept in the law that has been enshrined in California law for almost 100 years, and that is that the state can't regulate in matters involving, quote, uniquely municipal affairs, close quote. And there is a long line of cases that says local land use planning and local zoning is a uniquely municipal affair. So how has the state tried to play the game to get around the home rule that benefits charter cities and the doctrine of uniquely local municipal affairs by general law cities? They've done it by declaring that the housing laws of the state of California are a matter of statewide concern. And there is also a body of law that says if the state can demonstrate that its regulation is a matter of statewide concern, that finding, if upheld by the courts, trumps the home rule doctrine for charter cities and trumps the uniquely municipal affairs doctrine that applies to general law cities. That's what the fight over SB 9 is going to come down to. So there are cities that are pushing back. We've briefed the city council a couple of times on the SB 9 litigation, and we'll be briefing them again. There are opportunities for this city to push back. It's going to be a tough battle, but those are two options that are going on out there. California for Homeowners Association has challenged some cities. There's pushback from the state, at least two cities who have been accused of dragging their heels in adopting their housing element have been sued. So it's full employment for lawyers, to use a phrase that was spoken of earlier. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Were there any other comments that you wanted to respond to, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, there's actually a couple of things that I think we need to make sure we have some clarification on. A few people talked about the elimination of open space. In the documents that we're looking at tonight, when we talk about elimination of open space, we're talking about reducing the amount of space within a particular project that would be required. We're not talking about doing anything with the open space that we have for the entire community. So it's just important to understand that's where that conversation is. It's not that we're considering eliminating any of our shared open space in the city. A few people also brought up the water issue, and we all ask that same question. We're going, okay, where's the water going to come from? I was on a water committee meeting this morning, and I hadn't had an opportunity to share this with anyone else yet, but I actually decided to ask the question of, there was a variety of water agencies that were represented on this meeting, and asked if any of the water departments were considering placing a moratorium on new connections to water meters. And because that has happened in the past, where we've gotten into such a tough position with the drought, that they've had to do that. And we did have one city in the San Gabriel Valley that said that they have had that discussion. So that's something that really hasn't even been on our radar yet. I'm not quite sure how you can build new houses, which they want us to do, and not provide water to them. But those conversations are taking place, and it's important to know that we are having that. One of the other arguments for pro high density housing is that, as Jason made the comment, higher density housing uses less water per capita. So that is an argument that's being used when that takes place. So those are just some things I wanted to make sure and clarify, that those conversations are taking place, the legal conversations are taking place, and the discussion tonight has nothing to do with our shared open housing. That was it. Thank you.
Shared open space. Right. Thank you. All right. Let's go to item 2 then. That was the first one on there that had questions.
Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to ask a question to the audience.
Okay.
How many, by raise of hands, have read the 2 rejection letters from the state of California on our housing plan? Nobody. So Veronica, I have a question for you because I think this is appropriate. I'm short, I'm sorry. So in the letters that we received back, they constantly said both times they don't have enough information. But they also made, how should I say, they made statements as if they had the information. How do you square that when they come to conclusions and they also say at the same time they don't have enough information?
I think this is the part where we are struggling. The most difficult part about the housing element right now is that there's a new state law that says you have to provide substantial evidence that your sites are adequate and all that. But substantial evidence, and maybe I need to ask the city attorney, it's subjective, and we've been arguing back and forth like what kind of information do you need. We are talking to the state, and we do plan to have more meetings with them and have them be more specific. Exactly what are you looking for? What do you mean? Like, what do you need, and what information do you need from us? And I think that conversation, unfortunately, because they are inundated, they're dealing with 200 jurisdictions in the SCAG region that they're reviewing the housing elements. They're short of staff, so we're not having enough. I honestly think that, and they actually acknowledge that they don't have the bandwidth right now to provide the specific guidance that we should be getting. And hopefully in the next coming months, we would be able to have access to that. But that is the most difficult part, is that dance between what is considered adequate to them, and we feel that we provided adequate information. They come back and say that's not adequate. And so that's that back and forth that is the most challenging. And the reason why you have only 10 out of 197 jurisdictions in the SCAG region have certified housing element. We're all struggling with the same thing right now.
And how many of those have you participated in getting the approvals?
4 of the 10 that get certified are my housing elements. The most difficult one was Long Beach. It was very, very difficult, but we ultimately got it certified. It's a lot of work, a lot of evidence and information that they continue to request. And so, but, it's a very high, out of the, I don't know if any other consultant can say that, like 40% of the certified housing element is the elements that I worked on.
I just have one more little question here for Jeff as a follow-up. You had mentioned about that we just have to zone and everything, and we're somewhat done, but the actual letter talks about the city having policing actions to verify that all this stuff is happening, that we are indeed enforcing our plan. It's in one of the letters that's there. Can you expand on that a little bit about what they mean by policing?
Probably what you're talking about is that, because all of the, the state covers 3 main areas within their comments, our sites inventory, the affirmatively furthering fair housing, and then the city's program. So there's sort of 3 categories of comments. Everything that we adopt and that gets certified by the state will be incorporated into the city's housing element. So the city is required, as if the council adopts that as policy, then the city is required to carry that out. And this the city also, to ensure the city carries that out and is following its own adopted policies, we have to, under state law, provide annual reports to the State Department of Housing and Community Development on our progress, not only on the production of housing, but on the programs that we've adopted, on the things that we say we're going to do to be compliant with state law within our zoning code, for example. The state's made some comments about, for example, parts of our ADU ordinance that aren't compliant with state law, our identification of enough beds for emergency shelters, and a few other things. So they have to ensure, or we have to demonstrate to them that we are carrying our housing element policies out and report that on our progress on that annually.
Thank you for that. And just for consistency purposes for the audience tonight, for the comments that we've had, back in 2018, we had a North Star survey and said the number one question requested asked if city government could change things. The answer was limited growth, development, preserve small town feel, obvious, and then Sacramento doesn't care what we want. And so basically, you're consistent with your comments tonight about the survey that was done by North Star in 2018. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alawa, since you're talking, why don't you go ahead and address item 2 then, since you voted no on that, so we can go ahead and move through these items.
Mayor, if we could really quick,
Yes.
at the start of every item we'll call, we'll say what the vote was, no's and amends and yeses, just to give everyone an idea of kind of what's there, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
And then Jeff has, for the audience, Jeff has a PowerPoint slide for every single item that comes up. We'll actually have the item up here, so all of you can follow along as well. Thank you.
Real quick, as we go through this, the commissioners, if we find something, like I'm looking at one here, I'm like, I missed this one. I'd like to have a possible amendment or add this to the list. Unfortunately, are we able to do that at this point, or
What number were you looking at?
17? Just clarification, amendment possibly.
Okay, when we get down that way, sure.
So for number 2, there were 2 votes as yes, 1 no, and 2 amends.
Well, actually, I'm good with an amendment. I wanted to hit amendment. I want to actually add so that the council can appeal the decision. So if we have residents that come out and they're against something, they have a good reason to be against something, I want the appeal to be able to appeal what was decided.
So one point of clarification within the item and 2 that you approved are also appeal processes for those or had concurrence with. Jeff, do you mind walking through what the proposed appeal processes were, just so we don't make an amendment that's counter to something that we already discussed?
Right, and under item 2, the appeal process, actually, I think that's a different item. It's not item 2. Item 2 is altering the approval process depending on the size of the project. So you want me to walk through the item real quick? Okay, so right now, what it says is to increase the threshold for a planning commission public hearing. Currently, all multifamily projects require a planning commission hearing. So by all multifamily projects, it means anything that is built within a multifamily zone. So you're building an addition, you're building a new unit, even one unit, it requires a public hearing, however small. So because it would facilitate projects and avoid the public hearing process and streamline it, we propose that projects that are 1 to 10 units be allowed by right. That means you meet the code, you meet the zoning code, you meet the building code, you meet the engineering requirements, and the city will issue you construction permits for your project. And it would have to be a code compliant project. The next level of review would be what we call a minor development plan review, which is things like, for example, we require of a second-story addition to a single-family home. A minor development plan review is not a public hearing. However, it does require notification of residents, within a certain number of feet of the project. I think that's what Adam was referring to. We would alter that notification requirement as part of another item on this list from 500 feet to 300 feet from the property. And that would, even though it would require notices, meaning that anybody wanting to have questions about the project or challenge the findings for approval of the project, could do so prior to it being approved, but it would be a community development director level approval. Projects for 30 units or more would follow the process like they do now. It would go to a public hearing before the planning commission. And if that project involved the subdivision of land, a tract maps go to the city council for approval. But if it was just an apartment project, 31 unit apartment project on a single parcel of land, that would just require planning commission approval. And again, because of other items on this list, the notification requirement would be 300 feet from the property.
Thank you.
And before we move on, were there any comments, Moises, you wanted to add on this, on number 2, that I didn't include?
I think the appeal that Adam, or the appeal language that Adam was referring to specifically is that under our current system, if a council member wished to appeal an item, there would have to be a fee. There's a fee component to an appeal. One of the recommended actions is that we eliminate that fee so long as there are 2 council members requesting that appeal. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's part of a different item, but yes.
I think that's exactly what
Okay.
Adam was referring to.
Okay.
But by that token, though, as representatives, if a constituent comes up to us, we would have to say, I'm sorry, we can't do anything for you. It's by right, by items 1 and 2.
Under this scenario, for 1 to 10 units, yes, it would be simply ministerial. You have a permit, you go get a permit, you can construct. So there wouldn't be any appeals of that.
That's where I have my issue with this item.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, you had on there, you wish to amend.
So I had similar concerns to what Michael had with the fact that there's not any kind of appeals process. You know, and again, the details as to how we deal with it is one thing, but I think there needs to be something in there for there to be the ability for residents to voice their concerns, and then for us to have the opportunity to be able to bring it back should the decision be made that it needs to be appealed. So similar concern.
Okay, Councilmember Friedendahl, you had also put amend. What was your concern?
I just have a concern that if we're going to build things, large projects, even though it may be a multi-family zone, surprised that there's something big going up next door to me and not knowing about it is something I'd really like to avoid. You know, I don't want to see it, or that it's not appropriate for the area. Somehow residents need to be able to see and understand happening in their neighborhood. And I also voted no on number 4 for distance, 300 feet from here to City Hall. Not very far. I can't hit a golf ball that good far. I'm no good, but
So your
about-
concern was notification. Okay. And do you have a suggestion of how far that notification would be for item 2? Okay. And I will go to the Planning Commission. Do any of you have any comments you'd like to make on item 2? Mr. Norwood?
I just simply have issues with the numbers. Got 1 to 10 would be handled if it met all the zoning and all the code compliant, but going from 11 to 30 seems excessive to me. And having sat on the Planning Commission for a few years and seeing projects come in at 22, 23, it'd be nice to see some of those as opposed to not seeing them all the way up to 30. So at least from a Planning Commission standpoint, I mean, I would like to see it no more than 20, but even more in the range of 15, at least to go to the Planning Commission.
Okay. Any other planning commissioners? Boss?
I just want to say I agree. I think I'm okay with the 1 to 10 element, but 11 to 30 does seem like a big stretch. So maybe like 11 to 20 or something, and then above 20. So I agree with that.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I would concur with my my fellow commissioners. The 11 to 30 and upon looking at it a little further. Our needs.
Anyone else? And I know that one of our objectives, and I know that Mayor Pro Tem Boyer has brought this up, that the cost of housing is crazy to construct housing. So ways that we can look at reducing the housing cost by streamlining, but perhaps maybe trying to amend this to find a compromise. So it sounds like it would be adding the appeal decision and maybe adjusting the numbers. Is that what I'm hearing, to reach a compromise?
I would agree with that, and maybe we could amend that to 20 or 25 max and appeal.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. Jeff, is there a reason you went to 30 units? Is the number 30 significant in any way?
No, it was just as we were brainstorming, what might be appropriate. Most of our projects are small in the city. The majority of projects are 1 to 10, sometimes in the 20 range. We don't often get projects over 30 units. I think we're processing maybe one or two right now, but most of them are below 30 units.
Okay.
So it would cover most of the projects that we process.
So how many beers did you have when you're throwing darts?
I just wanted to make another comment. It's important to understand that, the idea of fighting back is a great idea. We've been fighting back. Okay. We've had our housing element rejected twice. Okay. We're going through this process and trying to figure out what we can do. The objective tonight is nobody likes hardly any of these ideas. Some of them actually are pretty good ideas in my view, but our goal is to try to give Jeff the tools he needs to be able to get a housing element that we can live with, even though it may not be ideal, because, not coming up with something is not going to get us very far. So I just think it's important that as we look at these things, we keep that in mind moving forward. So.
Thank you. All right. So are we good to move on to 3? And I can read I have the summary,
So-
sir.
Yeah, it sounds like, can we get a very specific action item you'd like us to move forward with? Jeff, just for clarity and for the audience as well, and for planning commission, so they know what comes their way first. Any item, if any item is by right, that item would not be by appeal, right? That would be a building permit. Any item that would go to planning commission could be appealed by the city council under the proposal here this evening.
That's correct.
Okay. So if there's a number by the city council that you would like staff to be able to process over the counter, so long as it met and checked every single box, we would need to know what that number was, and then whatever number after that would go to the planning commission for review and approval.
It sounds like, from what I was hearing, that anything over 20, is that what folks are comfortable with?
And so just to make it clear, so even director decisions, so that 11 to 20 range, or actually 11 to 30, that any decision, a discretionary decision of the director can be appealed.
Absolutely.
So that'll, even though, so if the council's talking about that, just so I want to make sure that was clear. So you can appeal either the director's decision or the planning commission's.
That what you all are asking?
Yes.
That happen now, Jeff?
Occasionally, we haven't had a project appealed. It's been quite a few years. I can't even recall the last one, but that does happen occasionally.
I agree with what I've been hearing, that we need to streamline things. And so I'm comfortable with what we've just said, but if that's not what we're doing now, and it's gonna not streamline, then I don't want to do it. But I do think that the appeal is important, just because I think the citizens need that option.
So doing the 1 to 10 units by right, meaning just getting building permit, if you're comfortable with any, and think about any neighborhood where you, in a multifamily setting, where you might get a 1 to 10 unit project, that would be just, we review it for compliance with the code. Anything above that, whether it be a director decision or a planning commission decision, as this is written, it would be appealable. That decision would be appealable because it's a discretionary decision, either by the director's decision, probably the way we'll modify that could be appealed to the planning commission.
The 1 to 10 could be appealed.
It could not.
Could not, because it's
Not
by
under
right.
this scenario. It'd be by right.
Kind of time frame would an appeal?
30 days.
I think, isn't it 15 days? The decision of the director of the planning commission can be appealed within 15 days of the decision. Is it 30? Okay.
So 45 days through the process.
Right.
Right. So the legal challenge faced by this is the lower the threshold that you allow the appeal, you're going to get an argument from HCD that you're imposing an impediment on building housing. So I think where staff is at, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, 1 to 10 is by right of zone, assuming you otherwise comply with all other provisions of the code.
Yes.
And you're eligible to issue a building permit. 10 to 30 or 10 to 20 that are director decisions, staff is still recommending that not be subject to appeal. And what I heard from the council is a difference between if it's over 20 and it's a director or a planning commission decision, it would be appealable, or is it over 30 that is appealable after it's been to the planning commission? So I think where we're looking for some direction from you on is, with the exception of Councilmember Alawis, who I think wants to be able to appeal all decisions, if the rest of you are content with 1 to 10 being by right of zone, is it 10 to 20 that are director's decisions that are not appealable, or is it 10 to 30? I think that's where we'd like some direction.
I would say it'd be 10 to 25. That's my.
Or
that's my
11.
bogey.
If you're
I
saying
mean,
1 to
11 to
10, yeah,
25.
go to 11.
Right.
Right, but you just said about HCD having an issue with this. This is new for us. We're actually lowering the threshold. So why would they have an issue if we added the appealable process? Since this is new, we're not removing anything. We're actually adding.
So what is our current?
Our current threshold is, 1 unit in a multifamily zone requires a public hearing.
So so what's before you is loosening the standard and therefore enhancing reducing barriers to.
Streamlining the ability.
Right, so HCD should have, be fine with that then. Should be happy about it.
Not to mention that what we're affecting from 1 to 10, like Jeff just said, that's where most of our projects come from. So we've loosened the standards for our highest, most amount of projects that we have. So they should be happy with that, I would think.
Right.
That is our hope. Yes.
So
if appeal is good for the rest of it, I'm fine with that.
So appeal would be from 11 to 20.
Well,
Saying
It would be
11 to
11
20
plus.
11 plus.
11
Okay.
plus. Let's just say that. With a
Right.
Different
cap of
types of
25.
appeals, yeah.
And we would need to, I believe, amend our ordinance. This is Lana Lehman, by the way.
Hi, Lana.
I apologize. I'm not at the meeting because nobody wanted me there because I am typhoid Mary. If it's horrible cold, it's not COVID, but yes, we would need to amend our ordinance. And the appeal period would have to be extended for this particular group category of projects.
Hey, Lana, it's Adam. To save you from maybe coughing up the second lung, really quick, on our worksheet that we have, we list that this would require a code amendment. In fact, most of the items before the Council and Planning Commission this evening would require a zoning amendment. So we've listed that this would take 12 to 18 months to implement if we had direction. So most of this is, all of these items will come back in one form or another.
Excellent. Thank you.
Do you have adequate direction now, or do we need to clarify anything?
The only direction we need, not to belabor the point, is it 11 to 25 or 11 to 20? That's Jeff's director approval.
Well, there's got to be a cap, and I would say it's 25. Well, I was going to say, 23 because that was Michael Jordan's number. So that's a better excuse than what you had. So,
Who doesn't like Michael Jordan, right?
that's right. So 25 would be my cap. Well, it would change it from 11 to 30 to 11 to 25.
So 11 to 25 would be director discretion. That action would be appealable to the city council.
Yes.
25 plus, every item would go to the city council. I
Correct.
mean, it would go to the planning commission. Is that
Planning,
correct, Jeff?
Right.
Correct.
Correct. And then appealable to the city
And
council. as well.
appealable, yes.
Yes.
So items, so 1 through 10 units, there's no appeal process at all. is my
That is
right?
correct.
By right, correct. That's what I'm saying.
So are we ready to move on? All right. We're going to item 3. On item 3, we have 3 yeses and 2 nos. So I will go to Councilmember Thompson.
I just like the fact that we need to do everything that we can to publicize what's being built. And this is not a hill I want to die on, so I don't want to, have this take an hour to, talk about, but I just think I want to make sure that everybody knows what's going up. That's next door. So that's why I said no.
All right, Councilmember Alawas.
I would agree with that.
Either of you have a recommendation of what you would suggest alternatively?
Well, I would say 5 or, less, but once again, I understand, and Bill's absolutely right. We've got to make some changes here to show that we're attempting to streamline things. And I don't want to stand in that way, but that's where I would stand. But I will support whatever the council does.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just to, a couple of things. First off, developers will probably be putting signage up anyway, whether we require it or not. It just wouldn't be might not be as detailed, or may not have all the information that we require on the signage. Secondly, let's face it, those signs go up, they become eyesores and they get graffitied and everything else. So for me, it is one of those things, I'm not 100% convinced that those signs are effective in any way, shape, or form, which is why I was okay with this change.
Councilmember Friedendahl, any comments before I go to the Planning Commission? Any commissioners have any comments on item 3?
Any possible chance, for the city to pick up the cost of signage? We're going to be picking up some cost if we're going to be revising our website to show interactive maps and stuff like that. Can a cost of these signs? I can't imagine it's going to be a phenomenal cost.
In terms of fees and subsidies, is a whole different conversation on Prop 218 and 26, but essentially the goal here is to, as mentioned in several of the items regarding signage and mailing, is to do a better job finding other alternatives for communication. Not very many people drive by the signs or even ask questions about any of these large signs, but having a more robust place where people can go look at what projects have been submitted, what projects are pending application for review, when they've been approved, and when they're under construction. And so that's the process in which we want to undertake, and are currently we are looking at a new permitting system. We've gone through the RFP process. We're currently meeting with all the vendors, in which we'll have a more robust GIS capability where individuals can get information online about all of it. And I think that is where the best sort of reach can be, and also through social media and various accounts to publish these types of projects. We think we may actually get it out more, because people drive by and sometimes the project goes through several iterations and the sign just stays up for 2 years. You don't actually get a lot of information sometimes.
Yeah. Well, like Councilman said, I'm not going to die on that hill.
Yeah. Yes.
I just think, to me, 3 and actually 4 and 5 as well are kind of easy ways to kind of show that we're making it easier without having to give up too much. And so I think we should take advantage of that opportunity to give up very little and say, look, we're making it easier.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. And I think too, the ability to have, social media notices, I could count on a closed fist how many of these notices I've read in the mail. So I think having it, more people are on social media and don't read their mail that comes in. So I think it's a way to give up something and still provide good notice to your neighbors.
Thank you. Yeah, I think taking advantage of sending folks to a platform where they can look at the drawings, the pictures, get a little bit more than looking at or reading the legalese. No offense to our attorney folks, but All of that mumbo jumbo doesn't tell you what that's going to look like, what the setback, how you can visualize it. So I think having other platforms plus helping to reduce some of the cost and streamlining would be advantageous.
Unfortunately, the average age in Glendora isn't conducive to using the internet. That's the only problem. That's the only caveat with interactive stuff. So.
As I look out into the audience at some of the folks who perhaps might fit that category you just spoke of, and they're using the electronic devices in their hand, I think they would disagree with you.
Talk to my mom.
Okay, anything else that we need to say about item 3 then? It sounds like we've come to a consensus that folks will be all right if we go forward. Yes, and 4, going ahead to item 4, there are 2 yeses and 3 nos. So Councilmember Thompson, is it the same concern?
Same thing again. What I would like to ask is mailed. I'm fine giving the mailed up, but is there a way to electronically advise people within 500 feet?
So I think if we can really quick, Jeff, do you mind talking about the reason why it's to reduce from 300 to 500 to 300 and how residential and commercial are different and what state law is, just so we sort of set for the audience some basic understanding as to why this is even on the list?
Sure. So the city of Glendora, all of our public hearings for any development that requires a public hearing, all of them, whether they're commercial or whatever, residential, they all require 500 feet of noticing. State law only requires 300 feet. I think the state tends to view noticing that exceeds the state law minimums, like Bill said, as an impediment to development, because generally speaking, and actually they point this out in the letters, that they suggest that one of the challenges to housing is public opposition to housing. And I think we've heard that, in the comments tonight. And so the state's view is that if you are noticing more people or have excessive noticing requirements, you are inviting opposition to housing at the public hearing versus facilitating it. I'm just, that's, I think, is that a fair statement, Veronica? Yeah. So that's why we're proposing to reduce it to the state, what the state law requires.
And Councilman Thompson, online ways we could have a public notice social media account, which would have a larger reach than 300 or 500 feet and publish all the notices that are there. But having a geographic area to push information out is really more for like a reverse 911 or 911 call, and we wouldn't want to do that from a public notice standpoint. And we may miss certain people with cell phones and things like that. So that's sort of the general nexus whether there. And Jeff, I appreciate it. It sounds crazy sometimes the information we get or the requirements and ask from the state. So just thought that would be helpful for everyone to understand.
Councilmember Friedel? Oh,
No, I'm fine with this. And what was said, I think these are 2 or 3 areas that we can give on without giving up a lot. So I would endorse that. Thank you.
I support the social media opportunity. Just if we have, as long as we're noticing and have a way for people to clearly find it, whether it's 200 feet, 300 feet, golf drive, it doesn't matter, but find it and see it. No, I don't want to miss that. So I'm good with that.
thank you. Councilmember Alawas?
In theory, I have no problem with the 300 feet, except for we always have a challenge in communicating with people. If you put this on social media, if you're not linked in by a friend or subscribed to an account, you're not going to get this information. Is tonight as well. Nobody knew about this tonight until I put it onto social media, and a lot of people shared it and put it out there. That wouldn't happen otherwise. So it wasn't really a good effort on the city's behalf of how we broadcasted just this meeting. So we have to get creative somehow and be able to disseminate this information, particularly for the areas that are affected.
Okay, any commissioners have any comments on item 4? Mr. Norwood?
One question for Jeff. In addition to right now, the current 500 feet, is there a central location on the city's website that provides information on pending projects, whether it's commercial, multifamily.
So right now, all of the public hearing notices are posted on the city website. So when notices go out to that 300 feet, it's also it's also posted on the city's website, and that provides a description of the project. But other than that, we don't have any notifications that go out before the public hearing is noticed.
Actually, Jeff, on the website, we do have an email that you could register for, and you will receive all public notices. We also have the same thing for our meetings and boards, both council and commission. So you would also be able to get notified that way. And one of the things we've actually also started doing is putting it in the spotlight, especially some of the bigger development projects. They also go in there as well.
Thank you. As far as I'm concerned, staying with state law, both for number 4 and number 12, actually, we're going to get in a minute. I'm fine with that. I think the community, the folks in the community have to research a little bit also. And if there's ability to sign up and get those email notices, or there is a city website that they can go on and gather this information, a little bit of onus is also on myself and people within the community.
Thank you. All right, so are we good with 4 then, moving forward? All right, item 5. On item 5, we have 3 yeses and 2 no's. So once again, Councilmember Alawas.
Well, it's my same concern as far as being able to disseminate the information.
Okay, Councilmember Thompson.
Same, but I agree with what has already been said. Let's give on this and dig in on some other things.
Okay. Any commissioners? Okay, then let's move ahead to item 12. On item 12, we have 2 yeses and 2 nos and 1 amend. So Councilmember Friedendahl, your amendment.
I'll follow suit with the last discussion on the noticing and the public solution to that. So distance doesn't.
Okay, Councilmember Alawas.
Hit the button. Again, I'm the same situation I have about communication. I like to be able to let as many people know as possible. I can live again with the 300 feet if there's something else that we can do to let these folks know. Again, social media is not it. A lot of people are not on social media anymore. So how do we think of a way of stepping out the box and communicating and letting people know what's going on? So invariably what happens is something they find out from a friend, and all of a sudden we in council get phone calls and want to know what's going on when it's been out there for months. And sometimes we don't even know what's going on because it's not posted sometimes in our internal stuff with track it and things of that nature. So we need to find a better way of communicating this to everybody. I'm going to be a broken record on this. I'm sorry.
Raymond.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as ways to communicate get more and more prevalent, it also gets separated by age, right? From Twitter to Instagram to Facebook to Snapchat to paper notices in the mail to emails. And so we have a variety of ways in which to interact with the public. And I know I joked with many of the people at this table, but we still get phone calls every week asking if there's a train coming into Glendora. So, it's just one of those challenges with communication. So we absolutely, in talking with all of you, both before this meeting and hearing the public speak and hearing your comments this evening, we'll find as many ways to communicate the same information. It'll be duplicative in nature, but loud and clear on finding creative ways to get the information out.
Mr. Lopez.
And speaking about communication, we've received some complaints from our Zoom participants that they can't hear the speakers. So if you could speak more directly into the microphones to be able to help those folks, it would be appreciated.
So
Thank you. And you can move your microphones closer. They do slide, and then that way you can have the opportunity to.
Madam Mayor, if I could just add one other.
Yes,
element.
sir.
by by adopting the state law radius requirements, from a litigation perspective, we protect ourselves from claims of lack of notice. And I can't imagine that all of you haven't sat in a meeting where someone showed up and said, I live within 300 feet and I didn't get notice of this hearing. And the city clerk produces a mail out list that shows that the Jones family did in fact get a mail out. So there's always going to be a challenge of giving notice, but there's also an equal challenge of receiving notice and paying attention to what is sent to you. So from a litigation perspective, complying with the minimum state law, even if someone doesn't have access to social media or elects not to use social media, once we've demonstrated that compliance with state law, the irrebuttable presumption in the law is you had notice.
Thank you. Any other comments on 12 from the council commission?
Is it possible to, instead of going all the way to 300, you go to 700 or 1,000? That kind of compromises, you know, the smaller radius to something that's a little more encompassing. Would that still look favorable? That would still look favorable to the HCD. We've done something. We didn't go all the way to the state minimum, but we gave a little.
You know,
If I
this,
could ask, what's the industry norm for, you know, most cities, you and Mark or?
this is the fourth city I've worked for. This is the only city I've worked for that has anything but 300 feet. I haven't done, you know, a survey. I don't know if Veronica's worked for cities and you can speak to that issue.
I think in general, most jurisdictions do just do what the minimum requirement of state law, because I think as the city attorney mentioned, that you actually have more protection if you comply with the minimum, whereas when you extend the radius, you are increasing your potential risk of missing anybody.
Vice Chair Koss?
Yeah, I agree. I think that going to the 300, that is the state law. I think looking at it from the state's point of view, they may say that anything over 300 is occlusive. And I agree that, you know, social media has the capacity to reach far beyond that. And I know there's often a divide with social media, but many of you came here today and you found out about this meeting on social media. So I think just us working to really make sure it's on the website, that it's out there as much as possible. But I think, you know, that again, that's an easy give to go to the state minimum.
Okay, so are we good with moving forward?
I have a comment.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because this is referring to a general plan amendment going from 2,000 radius, a 2,000 square foot radius to a 300-foot radius. I don't think it's enough. And I understand that we're going to social media, but that's a very big planning action. So people should be more aware of a general plan and a zone change. And I think this should be 500 feet.
I think one of the other things to point out is that the housing HCD, this might be viewed as a discriminatory practice because we require these this additional noticing for you know, commercial going to residential, but we don't require that kind of notice for resident or for commercial going residential. It's only when I'm really having trouble here.
Commercial to residential, not residential to commercial.
Correct.
There you go.
So if it was going from residential to commercial, it would just be 300 feet. And arguably, some of the impacts of commercial uses are more intense than for residential uses. If the impacts of residential is typically not as significant as a commercial.
But am I not understanding this? So for residential or increasing residential density?
That's correct. So if you were increasing residential density or if you were doing a general plan amendment from one type of designation to
So
residential.
like an R1 to an R2?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I think that should be 500.
Any other comments on that from
Can we
council?
split the baby?
Well, I think there's some validity in trying to be consistent and not be discriminatory if we're concerned about that for residential, but not commercial, that does create discriminatory practice to some extent.
Then maybe we should change
So-
commercial to match.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You know, as much as we would all, we know what we would like to do. And again, it goes back to the point of, as hard as this is to say, the state of California is making these decisions, and what decisions can we live with? And I hate the idea that we are moving this to 300 feet, but this is something I think I could live with a lot easier than I could some of the other items that we're going to be discussing in the future. That's why I'm okay with the 300.
All right, then I think we will leave it at 300. And thank you everyone for your comments, but we will go ahead to item 15. And on item 15, we had 2 yeses, 1 no, and 2 amends. So Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, did you have a recommendation for amendment?
Yeah, the one recommendation I had that we had talked about was to, this is to allow, there's a lot of properties on Route 66 and where they're zone commercial, but they currently have residential units on them. They've had residential units for, 50, 60, 70 years. But they're non-conforming because, it's not zoned for residential. This would allow, and right now, if somebody owns one of those properties, they can't get permits to improve those residential properties. And so it's important to try to protect the residential properties that we have. So that is why I like this idea, but I think we need to allow established residential dwellings on Route 66 to be approved non-conforming. And then anybody that currently has residential could add additional residential if they wanted. The way it's written as it is right now, it states that anybody could add residential property. So I don't think that was the meaning. I think we meant for it to be properties that already have residential, but that's not the way it's written.
Yeah, I'll ask Mark and Jeff to, I know in our briefings, we sort of talked about the state's issue with us removing housing and replacing those units. And I think it'd just be helpful for everyone to understand what some of the requirements could be on some of these smaller commercial parcels and why this is on the agenda.
Right. So there's recent legislation, SB 330, which requires the replacement of any housing removed. And I think it probably covers whether it was permitted or not, or it's non-conforming or not. Furthermore, that law says that when you demolish units, if they are occupied by low-income tenants, which most of these non-conforming units I would expect are, then those units have to be replaced at same restricted income level, even if they're not restricted by, a covenant or something like that. So that law is in effect currently until 2025. The state, I'm expecting, if they still feel the same way about housing as they do now, they will extend that law. But it makes it difficult to remove any existing residential units without replacing them. And so if you remove the unit, that's the risk, is that you're removing it and you can't replace it. And you risk being inconsistent with state law.
To answer the Mayor Pro Tem's question, do you mind walking over non-conform? Just, I think we need clarity. Is that correct on the non-conforming issue here? On your specific request, just to make sure we're clear.
Not so much the nonconformity, but just the fact that we're only talking about making this adjustment where there are currently residential properties on commercial zone lots right now.
Yeah, and
Is that
it's,
correct?
yes.
And that's not what the summary says. It says, allow residential dwellings on Route 66 with valid building permits to be deemed conforming. So it basically, I'm reading it as though it would allow anybody to add additional housing.
I think that the last sentence, this change would provide an economic incentive for property owners to invest in deteriorating housing stock with the idea that it's existing housing stock. But yes,
Okay, as long as that's an understanding, that was my only concern.
Councilmember Alawas, what was your,
I have a clarification on this. I'm necessarily opposed because we have some blighted homes along 66 that need to get cleaned up. But what do you mean by established? So let's say if you have some homes that are on Route 66 that aren't being used as homes, they're used as offices or whatever. Does that conform then to residential? Or how long do they have to be there as residential homes to be considered residential?
You know, and actually there are cases on Route 66 where residential dwellings have been legally converted to commercial space. You know, they've obtained permits, et cetera. They've physically converted it. So you know, for those, I would not consider them residential units
What if
any
they
longer.
haven't?
I think that'd be a different issue. And we'd have to look at that on a case by case, you know, issue if it came up. I mean, if it was, you know, people were living in it, weren't living in it, and there were no permits for the conversion. I think we'd have to look at that and see what
This is where I have my issues with some of these things. I don't like gray areas. I like to be specific because when someone comes to your counter and asks you a question and you can't quite answer 100%, or somebody else comes the next time around and they get a different answer, that's a problem for me. So that's why I want this cleaned up, be specific.
Jeff,
That's possible.
Isn't currently with the county recorder's office, even though a property may be zoned commercial, it will state in there, will identify the land use. And on properties like this, it typically identifies them as commercial/residential. Is that a guideline that we could use?
You know, that would be one guideline. I mean, that's one piece of evidence to indicate what the current use of the property is. The other would be the building permit record.
My concern is that the builder is going to game the system to build higher density residential on Route 66 and Air Highway.
No, and this isn't to build more high, this is just to legitimize
improve
existing residential on commercial sites along Route 66.
That's the word that's missing out of this.
Existing, yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson, you had a no, you want to?
I did vote no because I didn't think it was clear. And what Gary and you and now Mark has said, if existing is put in here, then I would support this.
Right. And actually what it says, just so you understand what we're saying, is that in number 15, it's to allow residential dwellings on Route 66 with valid building permits. So if you have a building permit for a structure, that's a legal unit to be conforming regardless of the underlying zone.
And Jeff, this is one of those items that would come back before the council with specific program requirements. All we're looking for this evening is the conceptual that if there's residential and there are building permits, we would allow those to be improved to help out the standard of the.
Yeah, correct. It would still be an ordinance that would come back through the process to be adopted with the details that Councilmember Ellis, you're asking about.
So I have a follow-up to this. So we have a buffer tolerance on housing, correct? So we can't have a net loss. Can you have, let's say, can we have like a bank of buffer housing that if we were to lose, let's say 3 houses in this one that we're thinking about, can that be going to the bank, if you will, and saying, okay, we'll take 3 out of that bank of the buffer and we'll allow it to convert over to commercial?
So commercial sites are not.
Monica's going yes.
Yes, you can do that.
The existing homes versus the planned homes is what you're talking about.
In some jurisdictions, we are doing an amnesty program to legalize like illegal second ADUs. And so to some extent, this is kind of the same idea to legalize a non-conforming use. And when you legalize the units that you would otherwise like amortize over time or lose over time, then you may be able to claim that as a credit for your RENA. So that for that reason, you can put it in your bank of buffer. But it just depends on how if the unit were counted, if the unit were permitted originally, then you wouldn't be able to do it as your buffer because that was a unit anyway. But if the unit were unpermitted before, then you would be able to count it towards your buffer. So it's a little bit more nuanced than that, but there are opportunities there.
Any planning commissioners have any questions? Yes, Mr. Norwood.
As I'm reading this, allow residential dwellings with a valid building permit. If it's zoned for commercial and there's an old residential structure on there, how do they get a building permit for a residential?
Oftentimes these residential units are very old, so they were probably permitted at a time when, you know, they were allowed. You have to also remember that the city grew through annexing areas that were under county jurisdiction. And the original part of the city is just the city's really central core around the village and expanding 2 or 3 blocks. So if you go down East Route 66 beyond Pasadena, those areas were incorporated. So they could have been constructed with permits before they became part of the city.
So it's the original building permit that was issued to them when they built the home.
Correct.
That would be considered as it reads, valid building permit.
Correct. And it would then allow you, I mean, right now, if you have a structure like that, you can do repairs on it and get permits, but you can't expand it. And so this would be able to do more major remodels and possibly additions to existing units.
Okay. And then my last question would be, the bill that you mentioned about the low-income housing, that a lot of these residential structures are being occupied by low-income individuals, but the landlord could do stuff to the property based on this item 15 that could price them out of that low income.
No, that's a good point. If you increase the quality of the home, it's likely that they're going to increase the rent at some point. So that's true. That is.
Does that fall back on the city?
No, but not only if it's a unit that's regulated as low income or has a covenant on it, would that become an issue?
Okay.
It's only an issue if the unit is removed.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Koss.
I just wanted to clarify that we decided we're gonna go ahead and just put the word existing in there.
That's what I was just about to ask council, if that is amended as noted, that legalize existing non-conforming units and allow for the expansion of residential uses, that everyone is good with that clarification?
Well, I've got to say, after Jeff pointed it out, I misread this because if you read it again, it is very clear. If we're allowing residential dwellings on Route 66 that currently have a valid building permit, then it has to already be existing. So I think it's okay as written unless I'm missing something else.
We'd be happy to make the note that existing.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Everyone else is good with that? Okay, then we will go to item 17. That was 5 yeses by council, but I know Chair Davis had a question, sir.
Well, in one of the meetings, in the meeting that we had last week, the question came up, and height is always a hot button here in Glendora. It came down to whether the additional 5 feet was architecturally pleasing. Was it sloped? Was it just an addition of a 5-foot high facade to facilitate a flat roof or something like that? So when I say amend, it's clarify, it's how is this intended to be presented?
It's simply height. It's simply
In any way, shape, or form that they deem
correct. If you can do because you can do a 20, it's, you know, in single family zones or in multiple family zones, most of the standard zones, the height maximum is 25 feet. So the imposition of a 20-foot maximum height on a multifamily project simply because it's within 40 feet of a single family unit seems arbitrary. I think there was some concern about the roof type, that there are pitched roofs, there are flat roofs, there are parapet roofs, there are mansard roofs, and that when this comes back for discussion, that as an ordinance, the council commission might want to prescribe particular types of roofs, architectural
On a
styles.
project by
Yes.
project basis.
Or just in general. So, but I think that could probably be taken care of as part of the ordinance.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, if
Sure.
I may, I interpreted that with Chairman Davis and I sat in the same meeting and we thought if that gives a more architectural appeal to something that make it look like it fits in the neighborhood as opposed to dropping a box in the residential zone that doesn't look well at all, that extra 5 feet might soften that and in fact offer some pleasing aesthetics as opposed to non-pleasing.
Correct. And I agree with that entirely. I mean, the additional height gives you more flexibility with architecture.
Yeah, Jeff, and I think you said earlier, it's worth pointing out that this is the height allowed in a single family area as
Correct.
well. It's no different.
Just even if you look at that map behind you, Mr. Raymond, and the varying architecture and the roof pitches, and that it tells us quite a bit about those who have constructed homes in our city. Okay, that takes us to item 19. We have 2 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 amend. So I will start with Councilmember Friedendahl to see what your amend is.
I'm listening to the community and I don't think the community likes 5-story buildings. We can, going back to that architectural design characteristic, offer something that is not a repeat of the couple of items that have been made example of tonight from earlier plans and development by putting large boxes on the sidewalk. Keep using large boxes because I think today's architects only know how to go get a used refrigerator box and cut holes in it. A kid can do that. So I'm looking for some softening, and I think you can disguise 5 stories possibly if it doesn't look like a 5-story wall on a sidewalk. But to do this and to say Route 66 is looking at 5 stories, but to bring that up into the village, not at 5 stories. I think that's an issue. I don't think we'll go sell that very well.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, again, a comment was made earlier about things that had been done in the past, and the original Route 66 Pacific Plan was put in place back in the early 2000s. And not until recently did we see the consequences of some of those decisions. And sometimes you don't realize a plan that's in place until you actually see projects that get completed by it. So the decisions were made in 2017 for a reason. It was to correct some of the things that were put in the original Route 66 Pacific Plan. Now, this is one of those things that I could live with item number 19 if, as we move forward, some decisions are made not to, allow other height adjustments or additional density. So moving the boundaries up to the corner of Glendora and Foothill, my objection is not that so much as it is if we're going to allow higher density, I would prefer not to see it up this way. I'd like to protect as many of those changes that we made as we possibly can, because the community spoke on what they were looking for at that time. So that's my objection to that.
Thank you. Councilmember Alawas.
There's no way in hell I want to go backwards on the Route 66 Pacific Plan. 55 units per acre is a non-starter. 45 feet is where it needs to be. That's what the survey has for the public from North Star or True Star, and I want to stick with that, period.
Mr. Raymond, did you have?
Jeff, if you would mind just taking, and I know for those in the audience, and we want to make sure the comment was made a couple times on why certain items are on the agenda this evening for consideration. Do you mind talking about the previous housing element and this one and some of the comments from the state?
Sure. So and do you mind if we look at pull up the map, Kathleen? It's the one that's all purple. That one. Okay. That is a map of the original boundary. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, there you go. That's a map that's the original boundary of the Route 66 specific plan, what was called the town center mixed use. And basically when the 2017 revise, we eliminated all of the density bonuses that Councilmember Boyer talked about, the incentives, and also changed the area to remove everything north of the railroad tracks out of the Route 66 specific plan. When we are in our current housing element, what is reported to the state is that we have a Route 66 specific plan, that it includes a variety of density bonuses, and that it will achieve, transit-oriented development, walkable neighborhoods. We have incentives for reduced parking, and those things are gone from our housing element. And I do know, and maybe Veronica, when it can help, can I kind of chime in on the importance that really the state representative who's working with us has made on more than once about, well, okay, you've identified sites around the gold line, for example, but what do you have in place that will encourage the transition of some of these commercial sites? You have a lot of, they've also made comments, you have a lot of small lots. What sort of incentives do you have for lot consolidation? Those are things that, he's probably referencing, which are in our current housing element, but they're not in the proposed housing element. So I don't know if you want to share any insight you have on the importance of that as in terms of getting a certified housing element.
Yeah, I think the most difficult part is lot consolidation, because you do have a lot of small sites, and this new state law passed in 2017 is that a site is not considered an adequate site unless it's at least half an acre in size for facilitating your low income RHNA. But because of that new piece of state law, we are not able to count a lot of the sites that are less than half an acre. So without the lot consolidation package that you had originally in the Route 66 specific plan, we are being criticized, and we can't really do that. We can't really count those sites. And so that's part of the reason for kind of like bringing back some of that, what was originally in the Route 66 specific plan, particularly of the lot consolidation. And that was the main reason is to address the new state law passed in 2017. That's AB 1397.
So with this, are you asking to go higher than what's out there right now? 55 units per acre, 5 stories?
So this particular item is just adjusting the boundaries of the Route 66.
Yes.
Right, but it's to allow to go to 5 stories too.
So I think there's other items that will add more clarity as to bonuses that could get up to that threshold. And I think the items were for consideration what was there. Jeff, fair that there's 3 distinctly different items that result in potentially increased density and height over 45 feet and 35 units or 45 units the acre is both establishment of boundaries where that could occur, but both then the lot consolidation and or other bonuses for various types of projects.
Yes, there are other items that fall into those categories. And
So
support
yes,
that.
it is both. Depending on the item that's before us, would it be helpful for the council if we talked about all items that talked about density at the same time and how they interact?
Yes, I think let's get to the meat of the meeting.
All right. I know all the audience members are so excited sitting there talking about it. So for the planning commission too, Jeff, do you mind talking about those individual items that had bonuses, and we'll explain them all and then talk about how they could be implemented, and then have that discussion on if that's something we want to take on or if there are recommended changes to that.
Okay, so we talked about 19, which is restoring the boundaries. 20 has to do with adjusting parking requirements within half mile of the Gold Line station, which is an incentive. We also talked about possibly doing the same thing at number 22 for Arrow Highway. That would be new. Let's see here. Number 29 also, which is a lot consolidation program. So really it's 19, really for Route 66, it's 19, 20, and 29, and 24.
24 was not on our list because that got a 5-0.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay.
So don't muddy the water there.
Okay,
sir.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's
I
just
think-
simply 1 acre, yeah.
I think 34 is also,
For affordable
It-
housing, yes.
It is, but that's only to comply with the state density bonus law, which we'd have to do anyway. So really what we're proposing to do is that, so originally, this is actually less than what the original Route 66 specific plan allowed for. Originally, the specific plan had height and density bonuses for areas, west of Grand Avenue on Route 66. It also included housing on Grand Avenue going north and south. And so the bonuses that we would be talking about getting up to, let's say the 55 units to the acre, would strictly be for the town center mixed use, which is that purple area, only the area immediately around the gold line, and what's called the CRR subdistrict, which is the central Route 66 residential, which covers the south side of the street. And I also have a map for that if you want to see it, between Elwood and I think Lamar Park. But would just restore, the idea is just to at least to restore the density bonuses for lot consolidation for those two areas. And it actually, so in a sense, it's actually, it's and that scenario is similar to one of the three. I think it's similar to the option that the Planning Commission forwarded to the council for when we were, for inspiration, when we were considering the three sites.
So questions, comments from council on items 20, 22, 29.
What's the density right now for Avalon Bay?
It's just over 50 units to the acre. It's like 51 or 2, I believe.
Do you want to increase that?
Yeah, they go up to 55 if we could, sure.
if we were to do that down the road, beyond our potential time, what controls can we generate for that design element?
So one of the items, and I think it's 28, is to adopt a set of objective design guidelines. So we could have sort of a consistent list of items that we make all projects comply with. And that would address items like architecture of the building, landscaping, and other items that we would have an objective review of versus a more qualitative review of, which, the design guidelines on Route 66 are actually pretty extensive in the specific plan. And I think, generally produce, good quality projects. I think the Avalon Bay is a good looking building. It's a large building, and I think maybe it's not how the building looks. It's actually the size of it relative to the surrounding area. But if you think about at least the core of that area around the gold line, that, if you had more buildings of that size in the area, it would look more consistent with the Avalon Bay building, and that wouldn't look like such a large building relative to the surrounding area.
And Jeff, some of the other things that we've chatted about is further setbacks from 10 to 15 feet, and then sort of a step back approach where it's, 2 stories in the front and then 3, and then if there were height bonuses, and really what we're talking about is something in the 60-foot range.
Yeah, one of the things the revise did do was increase the setbacks on Route 66. So originally, the original Route 66 specific plan had 0 feet. You wanted you to place buildings right on the property line. And in 2017, you did increase it to 15 feet. And so we wouldn't propose changing that.
But would the state density bonuses still apply on top of the 55 units per acre?
They could, that's a good point. If someone, let's say affordable housing builder, they were going to build affordable income units of the right quantity, you could, in theory, get a project that requested both city density bonuses and state density bonuses.
What would that look like on a project like that?
It would look like a building, a residential building. I mean,
But they can go higher, correct?
it would, yeah, they could in theory go taller. They could go more dense with the two bonuses. You can request concessions on development standards, all of those things.
What are the current state density bonuses?
It's a sliding scale and it depends on the income level you're targeting and the percentage of units within the project that are low income. So the lower the income group you're targeting and the higher percentage of lower income units, then the greater the density bonus you get. And it's a sliding scale, actually.
What's the maximum density bonus allowed by the
I
state?
believe it's 50%. 50%. Yeah, so you could get it. Yeah, you could double that, get a 50% bonus on top of that if you did enough low income units.
And Jeff, is that for a 100% affordable project or a 50% affordable project?
You know, I can't remember off the top of my head what the exact percentages are.
Like Veronica's gonna.
You have it?
I believe the 100% affordable project gets up to 80% increase in density.
Vice Chair Koss?
I have a comment and also a question. I agree. I think when you're looking at some of those larger buildings, what makes them appear even larger than they are is their proximity to the street. And so I think if we can increase setbacks, as if we get taller buildings, that's going to be really helpful. But I guess the question I have is, when we're talking about these buildings that, 3 to 5 story buildings, I guess my question to you is, how much interest has there been thus far in building those types of projects? Has there been like a lot of developers saying, I really want to build a building that's 5 stories tall or 4 stories tall?
No, there hasn't. Other than Avalon Bay, there hasn't been any interest in building another building like that. And I think the reason why is our sense of, based on the developers we talk to and the developers that are interested in Glendora, the housing type they want to build are attached townhomes. That's pretty much all that developers come to us want to build are attached townhomes.
So it could be that, I guess my follow-up question is, it could be that even if we approve something like, say, 3 or 4 stories, that it's quite likely that nobody's going to build anything that tall.
That's a very good likely because we have a base density of 30 units to the acre, which means someone's going to probably come in and build at least 25 units to the acre. You can achieve that with the 3-level attached townhome. But you cannot get an Avalon Bay project, which is what they call a Texas wrap. They must build a lot of them in Texas. Without it has a central parking structure, and then the buildings are wrapped around it. You don't get that without taking advantage of either a city density bonus or a state density bonus.
And Jeff, would you mind for clarity to put everything in perspective, market rate versus affordable housing? Can you just briefly go over the existing affordable housing projects and that are in the city and what the city provided or what was given to those in order to make a project work? Because there's a subsidy at some level for most of those projects.
Sure. So over the city's history, there's really been 3 low-income housing projects that have been developed. The first one was a former school site, which was Whitcomb Elementary up I think it's called Glendora Gardens, which is off of Bennett. That was a school district site, which the redevelopment agency purchased and transferred to a developer. It still is under a long-term Section 8 contract. That's the city helped put the land together and develop the project in the 80s. The second one was the Heritage Oaks Apartments, which was land that was donated to the city that was then transferred to a builder, or not the land at least, but the city, or actually redevelopment agency, did a ground lease with the builder, and that was developed with 157, I believe, senior citizen units, and 52 of them are restricted to low income units. The third project that the city did, and the last affordable housing project that the city did, was in around 2007 or 6. The deal was struck with Telecu to develop an 87-unit affordable income or low and very low income housing project at Elwood and Route 66. And through that, there's one Habitat for Humanity house on San Jose, and that comprises all of the affordable units in the city.
And usually if there's an affordable project, it requires free land or a pretty significant subsidy of several $1 million from the city in order to make that happen?
Correct. I mean, in all three, we either gave land, favorable ground lease, facilitated financing either directly or indirectly.
I just had one follow-up, I guess, comment is when I see something like this, I mean, in my imagination, I think, oh my gosh, we're gonna have all these big old line of giant buildings going up and down Foothill. But it sounds like what you're saying in reality is there has been so far no interest in doing that in those types of buildings recently. Is that correct?
No, not recently, not since Avalon Bay. And, it doesn't mean there wouldn't be in the future, but since Avalon Bay, there hasn't been anybody who's approached the city about developing anything like that.
Well, just to clarify, there hasn't been any plans submitted or any formal request, but there has been conversation with property owners and developers about the idea of building some of those.
There may be on one occasion that I can think of, not but from a developer, but from a property owner.
Yes. We have an underutilized commercial center where that conversation was asked if they could build something the size of Avalon in that area, which the answer at that time was no. So while it does happen from time to time, and probably if there are some incentives that the state would buy off on, there would probably be zone value to potentially see something of size that was built again, especially in and around the Gold Line area, which most cities have planned from, all the way along the Gold Line. I think the conversation, largely centers around if we do have to move in some direction to show lot consolidation and bonuses and parking, how is the architectural standards to lessen the massing of the building? And I think that is a conversation that we've heard a lot of. So if we could touch on some of those and see if there is any appetite for that. And if not, we'll continue to move on in other areas.
And I think to help people visualize, for anyone that's been in Azusa lately, on the corner of Foothill and Azusa, they have a building that is about that size, and it has variation in depth and architecture. Also Cavina on the corner of Citrus and San Bernardino Road. They have a large development they just completed there on a former car lot, and they're going to do one across the street. And the variation in depth gives you a differentiation in the size. So that's just an idea of some things that could be done architecturally to lessen the look and mass of something of that size.
And if anyone's been in Monrovia off of Myrtle Avenue, you've seen what Avalon Bay has done with about 7 stories right there. It's huge. And it's just finished. So,
Well, and speaking to that point, 19, 20, 22, 29, this speaks directly to what the public expressed tonight. This is their boogeyman. This is our boogeyman. This is my boogeyman. I'm not fond of it. There was an election flyer several years ago, it said we can do better. And we put provisions in place to limit, the height and mass of buildings. I don't know if it's avoidable. I don't know if this is where the public wants us to push back. I get the sense this is where they want us to push back, right on these items right here. I don't have great solutions to it. We talked in our meeting about, stepping them back, making them less intrusive or obtrusive from the road. That's an option. But generally speaking, I got to echo the public's concern here. This speaks to their pain right here.
Veronica, in the 2 letters that we received from the state, nowhere does it ask us to go to 55 units per acre or anything of that nature. They give us some suggestions of some of the things we can do, but none of them speak directly to increasing that density.
And I hate to kind of say this too, though, to some extent, it is a number game. If we can't count some of the smaller sites, and if some of the sites they feel that, they're highly constrained, then you kind of have to, do you want to expand the area or do you want to, focus in some of the areas and increase the density in certain areas? So it is a number game. They didn't specifically say how much you need to increase the density. What we are talking about is restoring the density. The other thing too is we have to work with the numbers, whether we can reach to the 2,300 units or not. And so how much do you want to contain it versus spreading it lower density, lower height, but more area?
Are you saying they don't believe in the numbers that we gave them?
No, because they don't believe the height limit can allow us to reach the density. So,
What I read into is we didn't give justification for the numbers that we had.
and unfortunately, we would not be able to because there is not a trend that we can show in the city. So,
So you just want to add the density just to kind of whitewash it over, say, hey, we're just to take care of this situation, we'll give you some more density.
well, increasing density is something, again, I probably don't want to say that we're increasing density, but we're restoring the density. What is difficult for them to, and I think Jeff mentioned that when it was presented in the previous housing element and you're eliminating it, it shows an effort to go backward from what they want you to go. So that I think that makes it like a double, like,
A double negative.
right, exactly. So I think that's make it difficult for your housing element to get approved.
But we've increased it, almost 4 times from the previous element.
Unfortunately, our arena now is 4 times of what we had before too. So I think that's
So
the
if-
difficult that we are.
If we were to consider increasing, adding density bonuses and increasing heights, would we then go back and make adjustments to reduce some of the numbers that we've presented on other sites? Or are we going to increase our arena numbers from, I think we presented like 2,700, the possibility of 2,700 units? We're going to present them with a plan for 4,000 units? I mean, if we presented the numbers, are we going to make adjustments backwards somewhere else? Or are we going to be offering dramatically more units?
Jeff, do you mind going through the 3 scenarios that were discussed at Planning Commission and City Council? Because I think that would answer the Mayor Pro Tem's question, I think, a little more.
Right. So I wish I had all those slides.
Yeah, and I think it was just deciding where that would be. Like Veronica was saying, is it spread out or are you choosing, okay, it's going to be in the transit area that you're going to increase it so that it's not scattered about as much? Because when the Planning Commission had made a recommendation to us, they gave us A, B, and C, and we went with one other than what they said of where that density was. Leaning.
Exactly. So
yeah.
we chose to spread it out more.
Correct.
To reach the numbers that were being requested of us. So if we add even additional numbers, will our next plan include 4,000 units or whatever that new number would be? Or would we make adjustments to what we've already presented to them to reduce some of the density in other areas?
I think we could look at doing that. You know, one of the 3 options, the one that the council chose required increasing density in certain areas along Route 66 and increasing density on Arrow Highway, both areas. And if we, for example, if we chose the option that the commission recommended that focused some of the density, like you're suggesting, rather than have more units, if we reconsidered that option, which really adds some of the density bonuses around in the town center mixed use and some places on Route 66, then we don't have to do the density increase on Arrow Highway. It's like Veronica described. That was the choice that was discussed, and maybe in a sense that adding the density bonuses back in sort of revives that discussion that we had. But it also gives the state something that they've asked for with respect to showing that we are incentivizing housing through a density bonus program.
But the state's already added a density bonus. They already have it on top of whatever we do.
For only affordable housing.
For low-income housing.
Right,
yes.
okay, so you add 20% and you get a lot more.
Commissioner Norwood, did you have a question?
Question was asked and answered.
Okay, thank you.
Could I suggest that we address the items that don't affect density bonuses? And then have this conversation at the end?
And we'll look up in the meantime, the 3 items that were presented to council before, so we have pictures and maps for everyone's consideration.
Sure. Catapello?
Okay, then that will take us to item 23. And on item 23, we had 3 yeses, 1 no, and 1 amend. Councilmember, I'll go with Mayor Pro Tem Boyer. You chose to amend. What's your amendment?
Oh, honestly, this goes back to the density bonus issue. If, because if we're going to eliminate the floor area ratio for residential units, it really is going to have depend on whether or not we allow additional density bonuses or not. So if we choose not to increase the density bonuses or go back to what they were prior to 2017, then I would have no objection to this.
Okay, and Councilmember Thompson, you were a no.
Yeah, that's why I voted no. Gary very well said
Councilmember
it.
Alawas said yes.
Yeah, I said yes.
On density
Don't vote
bonuses?
for me yet, right?
I think he had something in his water or something to say yes to that. That's good.
So how would you amend that then, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would not want to include eliminating the floor area ratios along with density bonuses.
So you are saying that you would want one or the other, but not both.
Actually, I don't want either, but
Well, I was trying to get one of them.
if I have to choose one, I could give up the FARs without the density bonuses.
Mr. Kugel, any comments on that?
Just to say that additional requirement on mixed use, calculating the FAR for the was added in 2017 as a mechanism to control building mass. So it would be just simply before that, you calculated FAR, just applied that to the commercial portion of a mixed use project. And then dwelling units per acre was the metric applied to the housing component.
Okay.
This isn't eliminating floor area ratio for new residential though, is it?
Yes. Yes, it would. It would
So the
eliminate.
75-25 would no longer be there.
No, this is not for single, you're referencing a single family. This is only on the Route 66 corridor. So it's multifamily projects
That's what I want to clarify.
or multifamily mixed use projects.
Mhm. Any other commissioners have any questions or comments on that one?
I'm just trying to get so again, the floor area ratio just applies to the commercial side of a mixed use?
That's what we're asking to go back to, because really what we're trying to sort of reduce the complexities of our regulations. I think part of the problem that we have, or probably I think any city has, is how complex the zoning regulations have become over time, because you're trying to impose very specific requirements. And so the way they overlap can be difficult. And if we eliminate the FAR limitation for a mixed use project, we can, but at the same time, number 28, we're actually adding objective design guidelines. We can still control, I think, what is the concern, which is how the building looks. So we're trying to, take away that one part of regulating the size of a building and just have dwelling units per acre for residential, FAR for commercial, and then have objective design guidelines that would then control how a
I'm
building.
trying to sell the Mayor Pro Tem on simplification, that you're simplifying it.
And this would streamline the process for, and would be favorable towards the state as far as
Correct.
allowing,
We're removing an impediment.
mixed-use
Yeah.
projects to be built easier than the way it's slated now.
Correct. And I understand that Moises found the exhibit from last year when we were talking about the different options for density. And I think the Planning Commission recommended option B, and the council chose option C. So just to go through this, to take everybody a trip down memory lane on the housing element. Starting at the top, this lists on the left column what the density, maximum density with bonuses were before 2017, what they are currently, and then 3 options to comply with the housing element. And you see the 3 primary housing subdistricts identified as the Route 66 TCMU along the top, the Route 66 CRR, and the Route 66 BG. And then on the right, the Arrow Highway specific plan. So you can see that before 2017, at the top, the maximum density in the TCMU and the Route 60 was 55 units to the acre, 5 stories. In the CRR, it was 45 units to the acre, 4 stories. And that area is where the Elwood apartments are located. In the Barranca Gateway, it was 45 feet, 4 stories, and that's where the Forestdale apartments are located. So each of those districts has a project that would not currently be permitted within the Route 66 specific plan. As in 2017, the densities were reduced, the density bonuses were eliminated, and we went down in all of the zones, in the town center mixed use from 55 down to 30, in the CRR from 45 units down to 30 units to the acre. We dropped the Barranca Gateway from 45 to 20 units to the acre, and then Arrow Highway was, that it was just adopted at 25 units to the acre. The option A that everybody considered was the one that really focused most of the density around the gold line in the town center mixed use. It restored the original density from 2017, and it approached what was allowed on Route 66 in the CRR area and the Barranca Gateway, but it left Arrow Highway untouched. Option B, which is what the Planning Commission recommended, it increased density a little bit more on Route 66, but it spread it out a bit. So instead of being so intense around the Gold Line station, it increased it to about 45 units to the acre in most of the areas on Route 66, with the exception of the Barranca Gateway. So you can see how if you compare A and B, the TCMU gets dropped, the CRR gets a little bump, and so does the Barranca Gateway. But again, Arrow Highway is untouched. We don't have to change the density there. Option C, which is the option that the council selected, was basically status quo, and by status quo on Route 66, with the exception of the Barranca Gateway, it was determined that we're going to draw basically the limit is going to be 3 stories or 45 feet, 30 units to the acre across the board. And so what ends up happening is we have to increase density just in one part of the Route 66 specific plan, but we also have to increase density on Arrow Highway.
So if we went with option B right now, how would that impact this plan?
Well, we had a housing sites inventory that was developed around option B. So we would plug that in. I think what we would do is we would, the base density would still be 30 units to the acre. And then you'd get a bonus up to 45 units to the acre and 4 stories. And that's in somehow we would handle that.
I say if you went with B, you're already at 45 and you get the bonus with the state, which will go up to five stories.
Something taller than 4.
Yeah. So you're back at your 5 stories again.
If you're doing a low income project. But if you're doing a market rate project, you wouldn't take advantage of that.
Does Avalon have any low-income housing in there that they've applied for?
No,
before?
that's completely a market rate project.
You're looking at something taller than that then,
Not under option B, no.
if they had a bonus.
If you have if they do a low income project, you would be looking at a taller building than that.
Would B meet the numbers that we're trying to reach if we took that and applied it to those areas? I'm trying to think backwards from what these items are.
It does, and it avoids that scenario that I think Councilmember Boyer was talking about, where we're planning for more units than we have to because we developed a scenario where option B worked.
So does option B satisfy 19, 20, 22, and 29? Is that what I'm hearing?
See what geniuses
It-
you
it
are?
would- it would be a-
Does
Well,
that mean
that's
the
where I'm
planning
going with that.
commission was right? That means the planning commission was right.
Not with the
Yes.
public.
Yes.
The planning commission was right.
Well,
Well, I don't think anybody, I think all of us personally would very much agree with the public, but we have to make some difficult decisions.
It does represent a compromise. On the one hand, we're not restoring the Route 66 specific plan to its, what it formerly was. But on the other hand, we're also allowing some bonuses, within our documents. And we're not touching Arrow Highway.
Veronica, would you mind just a little bit? I know you've seen some of these across the finish line in other jurisdictions. Is option B, in your opinion, something that could help us across that finish line? Or are we still having some challenges?
I have to ask if option B, does it include lot consolidation incentives? That is probably, I know it's a difficult topic, but it is probably one of the most important to the state. And I think also think about it this way: if you want to design a nice looking building, you have to have an adequately sized site to allow that site planning and creativity. So maybe that would be one way to look at it. The lot consolidation does allow you to have more creativity and design within the project. When you don't have a big enough site, then you are really just building boxes.
When the state, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead, sir.
when the state goes and looks at what pre-17, and I'm just using my layman's terms here because I'm looking at the numbers and at the chart, and I go from pre-17 to option C, it seems to me that that's given them a bit of heartache. Was that too big of a reduction in their estimation? Is that part of what their grievances are about?
So if we would have done the changes to the Route 66 specific plan that we did a year later, we, in my view, probably would have had a problem with state law. And it'd be the Huntington Beach case, Bill, where after adopting our housing element, we went and reduced density because the law that went into effect on January 1st, 2018 prohibited that type of rezoning to occur. So I think that, at the very minimum, the spirit of what we did from the state's eyes would not be consistent with promoting.
Including all three options or just the option that was
Just what
adopted?
I think what we did in 2017, it would have been a problem if we would have done that a year later.
So do
So-
you think we would have still had the allocation that we have right now?
Oh, yes.
So regardless
Right.
of what we did in the past, we would still have the same allocation.
In terms of the units we have to plan for, yes, but we would have had the same allocation. However, if we would not have reduced the density in 2017, we wouldn't have the same kind of problems that we are having now in terms of meeting the requirements of RENA. We would have had the density, we would have had density bonuses for lot consolidation and all these things we're talking about now.
But we would have had no idea that they were going to increase the number of housing units from 650 to 2,300.
No, and at the time, what was going through my mind as well, this is 2000, this discussion on Route 66 started in late 2014. And so it took between 2015, 16, and then finally we did something in 2017. And I was thinking, our allocation was just shy of 700 units. Even if the state doubled that, we'd still have enough capacity with these changes. And they more than doubled it, they tripled it. And so I don't think anybody expected the kind of increase that we experienced, or any other city within the SCAG region or statewide. Yeah, it's not just us. Like I said, we're 1.3 million units, allocated to the SCAG region, and our little sliver of it is just under 3,000.
And yet we continued to build and we lost over 1,000 population.
Yeah, there were a few. It's sort of a funny thing that happened in the last decade. The city added over 600 units, and then as a result of, COVID happening, out migration, of a reduction probably in international immigration to this region, our population has been stagnant in the last
Actually
decade.
dropped.
Dropped a few hundred.
Oh,
years.
and to Mr. Davis's point, many of those folks were older. They moved to other facilities or perhaps even to Oakdale. So I think we need to take that into consideration as we look at the housing market that, it's been said tonight about wanting to increase the affordability for people. And when we say affordability, we're not saying low income housing and what people stereotype. We're talking about, our children or 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds that want to buy into the community for maybe 500,000-600,000, and that option has been taken away.
I think the demographic trend that Councilmember Allo described is something that we should be very concerned about if you own a home in the city of Glendora, because what it means, if you look at the census information, is that our households are getting smaller and they're getting older. And that means you don't have younger people moving into the community. You don't have kids going to the schools, and you don't have people, here to make a community happen. It becomes
You shop at the store.
it becomes
so
like
the store's closed.
not to bag on Laguna Woods, but it
No, it's a
becomes
good example.
it becomes a retirement community.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I think, Jeff, just to put things in perspective, and we were looking through just some Glendora numbers. So in the last housing element adopted in 2013 for the 8-year period from 2014 through 2021, as Jeff mentioned, we built about 620 units at an average, according to SCAG, our average residential households 2.9 units. It was 3.5 in the mid 90s, just to put that in perspective. In that 7-year period, we've gained a total of 250 net residents, which is the equivalent of 0.5%. However, in 2 of the last 3 years, we're actually going down in population. If those additional residents units that were built equate about 1,800 new individuals in town, without those units, we would have lost 3% of the city's population in that 7-year period. We would have been one of the fastest shrinking cities in the state of California. One of the challenges with schools is class size reduction or just overall school population increase. My 2 kids in school are both in Glendora schools, and both of which have class sizes that are smaller than the next, the trend that has been continuing in Glendora for the past 22 years is my understanding. If you actually look at old planning documents, at one time with the school district and city in the mid 80s, when they were planning for an increase, they thought by this time there'd be 85,000 people in Glendora. They were planning for new school sites. I think we've lost 3 school sites, one of which is currently vacant. Charter Oak School District, it continues to be, eaten away at the edges. But that's not just a Glendora issue. This is a challenge the entire San Gabriel Valley. Schools losing population, then losing funding and having their own decisions to make. So it is an impact overall. One of the questions we get asked in the survey that was mentioned earlier, the number one thing is don't build a home after my home, followed by I don't know what I want. And then the third thing is build more things to do. And so we've had a lot of conversation about rooftops and then how that equates to restaurants and daytime traffic. So appreciate this evening that there are a lot of really difficult conversations for the council to take on and planning commission to take on. There's so many things to take into consideration, which is why we've been here with all of you over several meetings and in several public fashion. And the items here are not easy. And it's always difficult when the big brother in the room, the state of California, is telling you not only what to do, but how to do it. And cities don't always handle that well. And so we just appreciate the information, and any clarification we can get on this, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
So are there any other sites that we can add that we didn't add, such as the topic was Tuesday morning shopping center, things of that nature that could add volume to it, that is prime for redevelopment? I'm sorry, Paulette.
I love Tuesday morning. My favorite store.
Just relocating.
Well, we have some additional items on here to discuss that would add some additional units if we allowed more mixed use on commercial properties. Again, in my opinion, the state has their mind set on 50 units to an acre and consolidation bonuses, density bonuses. I think we have the ability to, if we can agree on some of these other items without going to the density bonuses, we can at least send a message to the state, see if they're serious about increasing housing inventory, or if all they want to do is make a political statement. Because that's all it is. It's they have something set in their mind what they are looking for. We have the ability to get to some of these numbers without these density bonuses. I would like to have that conversation and see if we can go there. I don't believe it's going to work, but I think we have to have one more shot at least trying to get to the state to listen to what we in the communities know, what our residents need and want. So I'd like to move on from talking about the density bonuses and address some of these other issues and come back to them.
Well, I'm trying to group these by numbers to see which ones you are wanting to go to next.
Item number 26, allow mixed use residential and commercial zones. That's an opportunity to take some of the commercial zoning that's strictly commercial right now, add a mixed use element to it, and add additional units without.
We have
building
2
fire.
yeses and 3 amends. So what do you want to do to amend it? What does Mr. Alawas and what does Mr. Thompson want to do to amend it?
Well, my recommendation for an amendment is I believe that we need to make sure that at least 50% of the size of whatever the building is commercial. We have in here, is this the one that would require that the current commercial be replaced? Okay. I just think that because we have some properties where the commercial buildings on them right now are very small. So I would like to see us have at least 50% of the square footage of the total project be commercial property.
That's my thought as well for the amendment.
Mr. Thompson?
And I would agree with that. I said that because there wasn't a number there and I wanted to see that. So.
But Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just provide ask for one piece of clarification in your request, would it be, say if there was existing commercial on a site, is it to replace 100% of that and then allow for residential, or could they reduce the existing commercial to allow for half and half of a future project?
No, I think it'd be important to include both. So any commercial that would be removed would have to be replaced.
Okay.
And whatever the new construction would be, at least 50% of it would have to be commercial.
Okay.
If it's commercial zoning, at least 50% of it needs to stay.
And that would be if there happens to be a vacant lot, the 50% commercial. Okay.
So Tuesday morning would get replaced.
I'm in favor of it if Tuesday morning gets replaced.
Any questions or comments from the Planning Commission?
No, I think we had that same discussion about the percentage because I didn't want to see some big residential and some tiny little store. And so I think the 50% is a really good compromise on that.
Is everyone good on that?
I just want to clarify, 100% of the commercial is replaced with the remaining residential 50% of it being commercial also.
No, if let's say there was 25,000 square feet of commercial property there right now. And so that 25,000 would have to be replaced.
Okay.
And then they could add 25,000 of residential property.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, if they chose to increase the commercial to 50,000, they could do 100,000 square feet of.
Okay. That clarifies it. Thank you.
If you look at the way that it's written in the notes, is that what you are saying? You see the notes to the right? Proposed amendment, at least 50% of the total square footage of the project to be commercial in addition to replacing whatever amount of commercial uses currently exist. That same thing you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, that works for me.
Because it's oscillated between 50% plus what's existing,
right?
Or is it just 50% of the total building envelope in the future, acknowledging that at least half of that future building needs to be commercial?
Correct.
Whatever the structure is on there, at least half of it has to be commercial.
Okay.
And if there is currently a structure on there, that whatever commercial space that's on there, that has to be the minimum that's replaced.
Okay, perfect.
I have a comment.
Yes.
In mixed use projects, a lot of times you'll get like a bakery on the ground floor and then people who live upstairs have to smell the bakery. And it sounds great, but when you're trying to sleep, it's really not a great thing. Or if there's a restaurant that closes at 11 o'clock, it interferes with people who are living. So what kind of commercial businesses are we looking for in that 50%? And retail is really not something that's coming back. It's going away. I think that's a lot of commercial space when we're looking to create residential spaces. And this is a really good way to create residential spaces.
This is only in space that's currently zoned for strictly commercial. So any residential space that we add is additional residential.
Right. But if you're looking to increase the number of residential units, this would be the perfect way to do it because you can do mixed use, right? You can do mixed use spaces and do convenience places on the ground floor with residential on the upper floors or stoop units for people who are needing to be on the ground floor. Disabled people, elderly people, they want to be on the ground floor. There are a lot of ways to do this or put some of the commercial in the rear. So it's not something like an office space or do some live work space. I think that 50% is a lot to put in a property where we have potential to get these residential units.
And I mean, when I think of the commercial, I'm thinking like stores, and you're right, there's not going to be a lot of retail built, but of course, once you've rebuilt the Tuesday morning, then there's always grocery stores. I mean, there's, you know, I'd like to see, you know, maybe some office buildings, but some type of, you know, that commercial, not just like a 7-Eleven, not that there's anything wrong with 7-Elevens, but, you know, some bigger stores and things.
Yeah, there's not in that neighborhood, for instance, if we're going to use that shopping center, there's not for any of those residents in that neighborhood, any walkable grocery store.
To address the planning commissioner's concerns, would it be feasible to change the commercial to non-residential so that it opens up to either your traditional commercial uses as well as office uses? So it's not exclusive to commercial.
So you can put M1 in there. No, to Paulette's point, I mean, we're what, around 90% residential in Glendora. We don't have daytime traffic to support our restaurants. So we need to keep a component of daytime traffic to support the rest of the businesses. So if we continue to go all residential, we're going to destroy the rest of our businesses.
I don't disagree with that, but commercial restaurants will follow residences. It will follow where people live to some degree. How much, I don't know. But if you're all commercial, there's nobody to eat there.
Right, but we're about 90% residential in the city already. So we have no daytime traffic to support the restaurants for lunches.
But if you're doing the mixed use thing, you could have residences and then you could have like a grocery store in the back. You could have a restaurant. You could have, all that stuff.
Yeah, I think we're
Within
getting into the
walking
weeds as
distance.
to what type of commercial we want to be looking at. That's not,
But are you willing to take that suggestion of the language?
yeah, I'm not quite sure what difference that would make because, when with commercial, it could be offices, it could be a variety of different things. But yeah, I'd be okay with just non-residential units.
I think it might be a bit semantic-y.
Yeah.
Because commercial, you're correct. Commercial is what we would typically associate commercial is retail. But commercial is also office. So maybe it's just adding a parentheses that says, including office or other types of commercial uses.
And this is one of the items that would come back as a zoning change. And so the planning commission, lucky all of you, would get to see it first. So you
And
can
that's
make
where
all
you
those-
could give some of those other recommendations of the restaurant or the bakery, because
And one of the
can
other
see
things to
that
keep
issue.
in mind, you look at a project like this, again, just because that's the example we're using with a Tuesday morning, it doesn't necessarily mean commercial on the bottom and residential above it. It could be that part of that property is designated for residential units while the other end of it is designated for commercial. So it doesn't necessarily have to be residential on top of commercial.
Meeting's over.
So Veronica, how does that help with our numbers? Because we're adding capacity at that point in time, a tremendous amount.
One step at a time here. We got a few more of these to discuss.
Yeah, let's move ahead to 27. 27.
Actually, if we could go back to item number 20, that doesn't address high density, but it does make some adjustments to our parking requirements.
Okay.
And I put a yes on that, mostly because the state of California has been working on trying to eliminate parking requirements for a number of years, and it's going to happen. The state is going to make this decision for us. So that is something that in my eyes, I think we can give up, because whether it happens this year, next year, the year after, within the next few years, we are no longer going to have the ability to restrict parking.
Just for clarity, Jeff, that was based on some of what was in the Route 66 specific plan before. That equates to about half a parking spot.
Yes, yeah, it was,
And that's within a half mile of the Gold Line station, which the hope and dream would be those would be folks taking advantage of that public transportation. On that one, it was 2 yeses, 3 no's. So Councilmember Friedendahl.
I drive around the region and I see neighboring communities that have no parking restrictions, but also have allowed building that does not accommodate for multiple families in one multiple family residence. So 2 families living in a condo, for example, there are not enough places to park a car. The streets are difficult. They look terrible because they can never get cleaned because they never are empty, 24 hours a day, 7 days. I'd hate to see us get to that solution. I don't think it's right. It doesn't take much to look around in communities that there's not enough parking because it wasn't planned. They look terrible. In the South Bay last week. Wow, not for me. Not attractive. Hate to lose that or start giving up. And yeah, okay, great. We're hoping that in the transit centers, we may not have as many cars. Well, if we start here, where does it end up going?
Councilmember Thompson.
Well, I would agree with everything that was just said, and I do agree with Gary, so it sounds like I'm a very conflicted man. Because I do think that Gary's right. The state is out to make a statement here, but I mean, I just feel, strongly that this is a moment of creep, and it's a half mile around the goal line station now, but it's going to be a mile in another year, and 2 miles, and it's going to be consuming everything that we love about our city. So that's why I voted no. I don't think I'm going to win this battle with the state, but I feel like, enough is enough. So that's why I voted no.
Councilmember Alawas?
I think it's a dream for the state, not a reality. Go anywhere in LA and you can't go anywhere. I mean, it's packed with cars. It's not going to change. And if you're going to add density with more people here, no problem.
Jeff, how does this compare to some of our neighboring communities that already have the Gold Line there?
I haven't looked at what other neighboring communities are providing with parking, but I would imagine that the trend are these types of things within transit, providing reductions. It's one of the ways to deal with the vehicle miles traveled issue,
right?
And provide alternatives to the automobile. That is definitely the trend in development, particularly around, high volume transit areas like the Gold Line, is that you do provide some relaxation of the parking standards. And it's actually to reduce the number of vehicles on the road. It's to, really push people into using public transportation, into choosing to live in a place like that because it is, across the street from an Albertsons, or maybe near a place of a major employment like the hospital. It's not for everybody, but it is a small part of what cities are generally doing to reduce vehicle miles traveled, to create walkable neighborhoods, to get people to use other modes of transportation that are available.
Right. And I know in some communities, they've even gone to centralized parking, that if those residences have reduced parking, that people can pay to participate in some centralized parking that could also be used for the transit too.
Correct. There's some places that completely, what they call, unbundle parking from the project itself,
Right.
and provide it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Question, on the parking currently, the 0.5 per unit, is that for both residential and commercial, or just residential?
It's just residential. It doesn't change the commercial parking requirements.
So on the multifamily residential, are we asking them for 2 parking spaces per unit? Is what the current code is?
That's the start for a 2-bedroom unit, 2 spaces for parking, and then about a half of space for guests. For a 2-bedroom
So we're
unit.
reducing that half a space for a guest, essentially.
Essentially, yes. It's and going to a metric that is limited to like 1 space per bedroom.
So we're not building a 1.5 car garage is what we're looking at.
Right.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So any compromise we can come to on 20? Since it's just in the transit area.
So far, it looks like you got 3-2. It is.
Yes.
You lost.
For the moment.
We actually have a 2-3.
3-2.
So is there?
You're in the minority.
Okay.
All right. So taking us on to what? Yes, I was just looking to check off these other ones.
You guys keeping score over there? Okay, good.
Who's winning?
Okay, 28, we have 3 yeses and 2 amends. And the only reason I had put amend on there was just to make sure we had some clarification, but I think we've already talked about some of that already. Councilmember Friedendahl?
I think we've covered it. My only amend was to ensure that we have a lasting design element that will stick around and work.
Okay, so I am happy to give a yes to that. So I think we can move along. Hey, item we also have 28, 27. Okay, so let's go down to 30. 30, we have 2 yeses, 1 no, and 2 amends. Councilmember Alawas, what was your amendment?
Let's see, that was 30. I just wanted more clarification on it.
You know, and I wish that one was more specific. I think we would need to come back as part of an ordinance that, you know, really, if you, the 30 through 36, I'll be, you know, honest, those, all of these are almost directly out of the email I received from the reviewer of our housing element. So we'd have to, establishing ministerial procedures would mean that if you do an affordable housing project, you have some low income units, that you just immediately get a reduction in parking spaces of some amount. No discretion, you just get it. If you
That's as
do-
an example.
That's as an example, yes. And then we'd have to develop what the specifics of that reduction would be. Would it be a 5% reduction? Would it be a reduction of 10 spaces? We'd have to come back and develop an ordinance for that.
We have a number of gray areas we've talked about tonight. We want more information. You're going to retool, I guess, the proposal going back to the state. So we won't see this again until after it either comes back or not. We're not going to see this again.
You'll see it as an ordinance.
So almost every item on here will come back with more specificity through planning commission than the city council.
That's after we get an approval from the state.
Correct.
So whatever we do tonight is going to be in your good hands to clarify.
Right. So if you say we are going to adopt a program whereby the city can ministerially reduce the number of parking spaces for a low-income housing project, that's what the program is. And that's what we give to the state. And then the details, the actual magnitude of that reduction would be then in the hands of the planning commission and council to decide.
So
We're at the high altitude, then it's going to come back for
Correct.
specifics.
right, but then if it goes to the state, though, the state's going to have some assumptions, are they not? Are they going to have any issues if they approve it and then we come back and we say, you know, just kidding?
I don't think they're going to have specific assumptions about what that looks like, but they're going to want to see us to have a program that we adopt.
So let's say they hypothetically at a high level, they approve whatever plan you send them.
Right.
And it comes back and we make some changes. Are they going to monitor what changes we make?
We are going to report to them every year on what we do. That's a requirement.
Right, but once we actually turn this into ordinances and changing zoning, we'll have to report back to them immediately and they're going to bounce that off of what we projected. Say
No,
we're
it's
gonna
not.
do.
No, what we do is we say we have accomplished this goal in our housing element. We have adopted some type of reduction.
So there's going to be
That's
some
it.
sort of a trust level then.
Beyond that, yes.
Mr. Friedendahl, you were no on that?
Yeah, that's kind of a mixed bag. While I understand special needs households or seniors, their living facility, for example, don't all have cars, so that makes sense. Low income. I'm not sure a low income household has fewer cars. You may have more people need to go to work, multiple folks in the household to make it work.
So to the extent that any survey has done, and it's been a long time, before we did the Aero Highway specific plan back in 2000, probably 9 or 10, there was some surveying of, and this was a long time ago, but I'm going to assume the last decade it hasn't changed, that there were fewer cars per household. More people took public transportation in large part because of the income levels within that corridor, and households struggle more to make basic needs. And so buying, owning a car, getting a license, getting insurance,
Buying gas.
buying gas are all things that were at that time just out of reach for many households.
But I could adjust, I could say yes on this.
And that was an issue when we built the Habitat for Humanity house. They were hoping for property that was closer to mass transit because the family that moved in did not own a vehicle.
I just had a question about that one, just real quick. Number
Mhm.
30. When you're clarifying it and you're talking about special needs housing, people with disabilities, I'm a little curious because a lot of times people with disabilities, obviously there's ADA requirements, Americans with Disabilities Act, for those handicap parking spaces. And quite often they need more space because they may have wheelchairs and things. So I guess I'm concerned about reducing that for people that actually may need additional space to get in and out of their cars.
So you're talking about people who may own specialized vans and things like that?
Well, I'm looking, I understand seniors because a lot of seniors don't drive. But when you're talking about people with disabilities, yeah, if you're in a wheelchair or et cetera, you're going to need an ADA compliant parking space. But you also need that space next to it if you're in a wheelchair to get in and out. So in some cases, they need actually more space. So I'm concerned about, reducing those parking requirements and how that would comply with ADA.
I think Glendora Gardens, since it was designed for seniors and those with disabilities, was an example of that, where they have the circle drive because those individuals were not transporting themselves, but had a need for a space for vehicles to come to pick them up. So it wasn't necessarily for the resident themselves, but for their transportation service. So.
I just think that's something that should be clarified because there's going to be people with disabilities that are actually going to need more space if they're driving themselves, say.
I believe that there are requirements for new development for ADA, regardless of what you're building.
Right.
ADA has to be included.
That's why I'm confused when it says reducing parking requirements because ADA should be included in all the building codes.
Right, so you'd still have to provide ADA, make it compatible with the Americans with Disability Act if you had to, but assuming the majority of, let's say, folks who live in a house, in a particular complex, don't require, transit service, like that's what you're talking about, like an ADA loading and unloading area for vans and things like that.
Right, or even just somebody that, has a van with a wheelchair lift or something.
Right.
Yeah.
There would have to be some amount of accommodation for that.
If I may interject, I think this is really talking about reducing the number of spaces, but it does not necessarily mean that the actual individual space, the specification of the space may be larger. But also this could apply for assisted living facilities, nursing cares, and those definitely the number of spaces the number of spaces may be reduced, but each individual space may be larger, or maybe the number of ADA compliant or handicap parking spaces for that particular facility may be like more than normal, but then the actual overall number can be reduced.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
We don't get any credit for assisted living facilities, do we?
There are ways to get credits if the units are being permitted as a residential unit, if they meet the California building code of a residential unit. So a lot of times I do recommend my clients, when you have an assisted living facility project in the city, talk to the developer and have them separate the nursing care, the memory care units away from the independent living units, because the independent living units do count as residential units.
So Jeff, currently the Clearwater project does not count, correct?
Right, that's my understanding. It's a 150 bed facility. And when we discussed that with the state, it had to do with the fact that each unit did not have its own separate independent sort of cooking facilities. So they were, going to sort of like a cafeteria type setup. So therefore it did not qualify as a unit as the state, or as it's defined.
California Building Code requires cooking and plumbing facility. Cooking facility does not necessarily mean a kitchen. You can have a kitchenette and still qualify that as a housing unit, but your building department has to permit it as a housing department. So sometimes an assisted living facility is being permitted as a whole, as a commercial development or business development. So then you wouldn't get permit. You wouldn't get permit credit for it. So it really, depends on the structure and how you permit it.
So incentivizing senior living doesn't really help us.
Well, it depends what kind of senior living.
It does help the seniors.
Yeah,
Senior
Glendora
apartments.
Garden.
So for example, we can count like the Heritage Oaks when that was built because it's independent senior living, or the Glendora Gardens.
Yeah.
Certain type then.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I am good with item 30. And so are we good with it the way that it is? Okay, very good. Then let's go to item 32. Provide fast tracking permit processing. And that we have 3 yeses, 1 no, 1 amend. Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, what was your amendment?
Well, I have no issue with a fast track permit processing, but a ministerial approval on any development that's, low income, without regard to size or anything, I have a little bit of a concern with. That's where my concern is.
Okay, Councilmember Alawash, you are a no on that?
I needed more clarification on this. It wasn't clear.
Mr. Kugel?
So on number 32,
Yes.
so provide fast track permit processing and ministerial approval for housing developments. So yes, so if you were doing a low income housing project, they would be expedited through the process, and we would create some sort of ministerial, like a non-discretionary approval process for a low income project. And I think what we could do when that came back is to maybe, have that match even the size, limit to a certain size of a project, certain number of units that we could approve ministerially if it was low income.
Similar to the other of 1
Correct.
to 10, 11 to 20. Would that satisfy your concern?
Yeah, that'd make a difference.
Okay.
Is that appealable?
Sure, if you want it to be. I mean, I think we'll have to come back with the specifics of an ordinance.
If you followed your prior pattern, 1 to 10 would not be appealable. 10 to, what was it, 25?
10 to 25 would be, yeah.
Okay, then that sounds like it's a go. All right, now into the ones that you love so much, density.
We got 30.
35 has to do with establishing a minimum density.
Right, but these are all densities. So
Well-
that's why I said density questions.
Well, this is not a density bonus. This is if we have a area that's zoned 30 units to an acre, we would, if we adopted this, we would not allow a 25 unit project to be built.
Or something less than that. We would establish some sort of minimum density so we don't run afoul of the no net loss law.
For me, it's one of those things that there's sometimes a lot of reasons not to be able to build to the maximum density. So and let's face it, we're doing a lot of this just to satisfy the state, not because it makes sense or not because it's good law or even makes for good neighborhoods. But establishing a minimum density, maybe if we put a limit on it, but not going lower than what it's zoned for, I would have trouble.
And I just for clarification, I should have put this in that item, but in our single family zones and our regular multiple family zones like R2, R3, there are minimum densities in those zones. Where we don't have minimum densities is in our specific plans, our Arrow Highway and our Route 66, where actually most of our housing sites are. I think when those were developed, we were thinking of increasing density. So we didn't think about minimum densities. And I think We have been surprised a little bit with projects that came in far below the density that could be achieved. And now with the no net, so from our perspective, since we've, for the past couple of cycles, relied on Route 66 and now Arrow Highway for our sites, that having some minimum densities there is something we're gonna need just to be compliant with the housing element we adopt. So for example, even if let's say the council chooses no, the 30 units to the acre is the maximum that we're going to allow on those corridors or anywhere else in the city. We wouldn't want to see somebody come in with a 15 unit to the acre project. We would want to make sure that they were close to 80% of the maximum and establish some minimum density. So we don't, because if most of our housing units are on those corridors, if we have a series of projects where we have a net loss of housing capacity, then we run into a problem over time with complying with that law.
So how about 80% of capacity?
About 75.
How about 77? Yes, Mr. Norwood.
You have this under affordable housing, so when I read it, I thought it was just applied to affordable housing. So you're saying this minimum density is applicable to all?
Yes.
Okay, that's a clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, and the area where it would be most important to establish would be on Route 66 and Arrow Highway.
So Jeff, just to be clear, when you say we have a minimum density now on R2 and R3 lots,
Correct.
so on a 9,000 square foot R3 lot, we would require 3 units to be built on it?
Whatever the range is, there's actually in the general plan for each of those designations, there's actually a density range. So yes.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one exception is, so I will say the interesting thing, and we do allow this, is that so I'm getting way too in the weeds here, but in the R2 and R3 zones, it allows single family use right now. So somebody could build a unit and an ADU. But if you're building a multifamily project, we would require that minimum density range.
Okay, well, no, I'm good with a percentage. I'm just not comfortable with having it have to be.
And that was 2 yeses and 3 nos on that. So it sounds like you would be good with changing your no based on a percentage. Councilmember Alawas and Councilmember Thompson. What were your objections?
On 32?
35.
35.
Sorry. I know we're
Late.
moving around. We got you going.
It's late. Let me think about what I said no for.
I'll go for you. I'll go in the meantime. My issue was, it was a property rights issue for me. If we had to do it by percentage, I might be amenable to that, but it's a property rights, telling somebody, I mean, I know we tell people every day what they can and can't do, but this is a stretch.
So 75% of the total.
I might be able to get behind that, but I wouldn't have a good taste in my mouth.
Veronica, from a no net loss provision, would 75% be okay?
Is a number game. How often are you going to come back with projects that keep going below? And do you have a big enough buffer to replenish your site's inventory? I think if we use a minimum of 75, that's doable. We'll crank, we'll work out some numbers and see whether that would give us enough of a buffer, but that's better than no minimum, because the state really is looking at it as a lot of communities, especially suburban communities. The most profitable model is townhomes, and those always come in at just like 18 to 20 units to the acre.
Right.
That so every time you build, you're losing 10 units, and so where do you get the extra 10 units to replenish it? So I think that's one way to look at it.
And I was trying to figure out, because it is 9:30, the math on your example, 25 to 30, what percentage that is?
80,
So what are you bean
80%.
counters over there? What?
80%. So we
Okay.
were, we our numbers are with it's basically a 20% buffer. So that's why we set it at 80%.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's why I said no, because I didn't have a number there, and I wanted to know what a minimum.
So can we push
if it's
that
75,
75
that's
any
I'm-
closer?
I'm good with 80%.
I'm good with 80.
Must be late.
It is late.
Okay. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, very good point. Any other questions on that 80% from any commissioners? Okay. All right. Very good. Yes. So that was on 35, that the 80%. So now we're back to 34.
Jeff, do you mind just going over what 34 is, just for everyone?
Okay, number 34 is update our density bonus ordinance to comply with the state density bonus law and develop an outreach program to ensure and encourage implementation. So what we have to comply with this law anyway. Our current, what we can do, what we probably should do, is we should just in our municipal code, change our code to say we will comply with the state density bonus law as amended. And so that's what we'll do. And then the state further wants us to advertise that fact that we comply with the state density bonus law and encourage applications to come to us that would implement that.
My no vote was a mistake.
Okay, because I was going to say
with
that was a 3 yeses, 1 no, 1 amend. So are you're a yes?
I'm a yes.
Okay. And what was your amend, Mr. Alawas?
I just wanted Jeff to explain it to the public
Okay.
because there's no button there to ask Jeff to explain.
Okay, very good. So that takes care of 34.
I prefer
So-
to sum up. Is that okay?
Sum up all you want.
Okay, then that will take us back, I think, to 22. And on 22, add density bonuses and parking reductions to the Arrow Highway specific plan for lot consolidation. That was 3 no's and 2 amends. And my amend was for Mr. Kugel to do his explaining. But Mayor Pro Tem Boyer, you're no.
Well, I'll make this relatively easy. For the remaining items that include density bonuses, there's nothing that could be said here tonight that would get me to support any of them.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Mr. Thompson, you are a no.
That's your 3.
Let me, since you're, let me throw something out there to chew on. I think that what I'm hearing is that the biggest objection is our incentives that include increases in density. However, would there be other things that we might consider for even just for lot consolidation? Would we be willing to look at other like development standard concessions that didn't include density bonuses?
Yes, I'd be open to other incentives that did not include density bonuses. I just don't think there's anything that could convince me to support it.
And the reason I suggest that is I think going back to the state was something addressing lot consolidation, because they've talked about it several times with us, is going to be important.
Can you increase the units without increasing the height?
Sure. I mean, I mean,
But do we have a minimum?
you know, if somebody can build, I don't know, 30 units and the building's 35 feet tall, and maybe someone can build 30 units and the building is 25 feet tall. Part of its design, you know, housing it's all off the shelf product. There's only about 4 different types of housing, multifamily housing, that are out there. And the different product types will dictate the density, the height, the type, whether it's for sale or rental. There's not much variation, really.
I forgot, do we have a minimum size of a box, of a door?
Of a door?
A unit?
Of a unit? Yeah, they're currently in but I think we have already passed on that one.
I thought that was a 7.
Eliminated.
Yeah, okay. I thought we was about the ADU thing. 70 square feet.
70 square feet for a
For a bedroom.
Bedroom.
Yeah, for a space.
That's a
livable
building code
space.
minimum.
That's where Jeff's gonna go.
I have a question. Is it with lot consolidation, are you then not able to increase the density without increasing the height?
No, I mean, height and density are somewhat mutually exclusive. I mean, they're related to each other, but they're also, one does not necessarily drive the other.
But I guess what I'm asking is, if we say we don't want to increase height, but we
Okay.
still need to increase density, couldn't we do that
I
through
see what
lot
you're doing.
consolidation?
It's a little harder
Yes.
than with some of the objective guidelines too, right? The
Right.
more units you pack in, the more of the box it becomes without height to add character to the building to sort of soften the setback. I think that's something we do need to take into consideration
Right.
as we go about it as well.
Right. So that's the additional height does give you additional flexibility with architecture, because if you're increasing density right now, I think we've set a limit of 45 feet tall. If we eliminate, so that's going to accommodate 3 to 4 levels of units, depending on how they're constructed. It may accommodate more than 30 units to the acre, depending on the type of building it is
Like for
and the
instance,
size of the units.
on number 27, it's 3 yeses and 2 nos. And that one is in mixed use zones, allow residential density bonuses for mixed use projects if new projects propose to keep or rebuild some of the greater commercial square footage as exists. So you're still against the density bonus on that?
Yes.
What is the bonus?
Mm-hmm.
Which number was that?
Number 27, that was one of the ones marked for us to discuss
Right.
because it was a 3-2.
It's currently 3-2, yes, no, but we agreed to discuss everyone with at least 2.
So we hadn't established a bonus per se, but the idea was to, if you're going to as an incentive to retain commercial in a mixed use zone, get a density bonus for housing if you retained the amount of commercial that you had demolished. But we hadn't yet figured out what level of bonus that would be.
So Jeff, what's the bonus density on that right now that you're suggesting?
We don't have a density bonus for that item right now. This is something we were just proposing as another way to incentivize residential development.
Right, you don't have it, but you're suggesting that we add one.
So
Right.
the issue here is in areas where you could now build 100% residential. One of the things we've heard from this council and from the public is, how do you save the commercial as well, right? When it's not mandated that you build it. So the thought process here is similar to allowing some residential, as long as you keep some commercial on a non-residential site, to give additional density bonuses for residential if they add a commercial component to a project.
So it's to be determined is what you're saying.
Yes, I mean, we don't know what the magnitude of that would be at this point, just that we would provide something. If you were going into basically a mixed use zone, means you could do either or. You tear down the commercial building, but if you kept at least an equal square footage of what you were eliminating, you'd get some type of bonus.
Previous one, didn't we come up with 50%?
That was a different item.
That was for
a different
commercial
one.
zone.
That was for commercial zone.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, this is for mixed use. Okay, thank you.
And again,
Sorry.
playing devil's advocate on this, if there's a 400 square foot commercial building on a property and they replace 400 square feet, we're going to give them a density bonus.
Right.
Oh,
And if I might add, is it true that a lot of this stuff is you have to throw it out there to the state to see if they accept it? That's why you haven't gone into detail on the codes and what it would exactly be, because we don't know if they're going to accept it.
I think all of these things, I think, will mean something to the state, but I think that, it's going to be a much higher hill to climb or steeper hill to climb without incentives that include some type of bonus or concession for things like lot consolidation.
can we do fee reductions for lot consolidation?
If we take it out of the general fund reserve. depending on the fees that you have in place. You can't just say for one specific income category or type of project, the state, or it's viewed as discriminatory against other types of development. So we'd have to come up with the money ourselves, and generally the reserve is where that would come out. But yes, there could be some sort of fee waiver for lot consolidation.
And
We
so-
don't collect all of our fees as it is now.
Well, we'll have that fee discussion as part of your strategic plan.
So right now we allow buildings at the maximum 45 feet tall. What, I mean, is 60 feet tall too much? Because, you know, that's really, when you're talking about a building that's 45 feet tall, and your perspective from the sidewalk, it's not that big of a difference, really. Avalon Bay, for example, is just over 50 feet tall, except for the parking structure, which is closer to 60 in the back. You've got other buildings in town that approach that height, including probably a couple churches in town, the hospital buildings at the college, and so forth. So if you're, because I think I understand the concern about, we're concerned about building mass. But if we're at 45 feet right now, I mean, if you probably the tallest, are trees in the village, or some of them approach 60 feet. Is that something as a bonus that, thinking of it in those terms, the council would be willing to think
I
about?
don't think anyone's living in the trees, are they?
Just the squirrels.
The state.
Well, as an example, the 4-story side of Avalon facing Glendora Avenue, do you know the height of that?
I believe it's around 50 to 55 feet. That's my recollection.
And those are 10-foot setbacks, Jeff?
4-story?
They're on Glendora. It's not even 10 feet.
Not even 10 feet.
No, but it's like 8 feet if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I'm going from memory on that
And,
project.
and currently staff would propose it would be 15 feet
15
back,
feet.
and with design guidelines, we could mandate 2 stories in the first level and move back.
You can mandate different setbacks on every X number of feet on a building or something to that effect, to give the building a little bit more dimension, if that what was lacking on that building.
So we just need to give a plan to the state saying this is what we're doing to try to encourage, because I keep coming back to the fact that, when we think about tall buildings, as I said, there's, like you're saying, there is currently 0 plans in the works for any building that tall. So it seems to me we're putting something in our plan that is not going to happen in the next 8 years, or is extremely unlikely to happen in the next 8 years.
It may not. It'll depend a
And
lot on the market.
Right. And so I think, to me, it's kind of academic, because it's kind of like talking about the Easter Bunny, because he doesn't exist either. None of these projects exist right now. I'm sorry, the Easter Bunny doesn't exist. Anyway.
Listen, I got chocolate eggs in a basket.
Anyway, so I think I understand that, but we're just putting a plan together here to give to the state, right? We're talking about projects that don't and probably won't exist during this housing element.
I think this is a plan. We're giving this to the state saying, this is our plan. These are our policy goals.
But there's currently nothing
There's,
in
right,
development.
it's not. There's a reality in the market that the
And-
pace
and-
of development will be dictated by the market.
And the likelihood of us having a rush of people wanting to build 4- and 5-story buildings within the next year would be what percentage?
I think it's pretty low, and it has not materialized at all. I mean, the city has never received, at least since Avalon Bay, any serious telephone call about building a building like that. much
So it's-
less an
Avalon
actual
Bay was a
application.
product of bonuses too.
So it seems to me that knowing that makes sense to put some of these things in our plan, saying, look, we're open to this. knowing it's never going to happen or it's not going to happen during
I
this
think,
housing element.
although at the same time, I think you have to be realistic that you have to be prepared. If you're going to say, that you're okay with this level of development, you have to be prepared for it to happen.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Just
Yeah.
because we haven't received a sum, and the mayor pro tem mentioned it as well, really since a lot of the bonuses were removed in 2017, we haven't seen anything of substantial size because those bonuses were removed.
Right.
So we've heard previously, the city had received a plan to build 4 stories at Foothill and Glendora. There was actually quite a bit of press around a potential development that was going to be there at one time that never materialized. But that is still the same owner of that shopping center now that was back then. In and around the Gold Line, if you look at phase 2A cities, most of the development around the Gold Line tends to be more dense. And so if we're going to get a project, that's generally where it would occur.
But it would be maybe one building, not like the entire Foothill Boulevard.
You willing to take that chance?
Life is full of chances.
They said that in 2003, and you got Avalon Bay. You don't know, once we lay this out and those ordinances, codes are there, there's no turning back. Once the plan is put in front of them, they can't go, well, we didn't really mean it.
Just kidding.
So, whatever we put out there, we're gonna have to live with.
I think this is why so much staff said from a design guideline standpoint, hearing the feedback, it's really the massing of a building that's become the largest issue. And there are ways to change the look and feel of what Avalon looks like from the street in terms of stepping back or different types of architectural uses. But at the end of the day, it was, as was just stated, anytime the city moves forward in that direction under current state law, there is no going back.
Well, I like what Veronica said earlier, lot consolidation, I believe, plays a big part in that, because if you can spread things out a little bit, you can help reduce some of the massing. But if you got to put it on a postage-sized plot of land, well, the only option is to go up. And I think things get squarer and blockier as you consolidate and go up.
But there's a reason that you incentivize someone to consolidate so they can get more density. So you encourage it by doing that.
But if you can spread it out too, so
It's both and, yeah.
it's both,
and.
it's neither, it's and or.
I think if the council is even open to entertaining the idea, one of the things, I think there was such a reaction to building mass 5 or 6 years ago that I think we've sort of lost any sort of vision for okay, we're getting this Gold Line coming to the community. We want to revitalize the village. We have like these general ideas, but we don't really have a visual vision of what that looks like. I don't think anybody would say, well, what if if the Route 66 specific plan is not the vision of the community, what is? And I don't think there's an answer to that question. But if we set a goal of trying to develop that, yes, we're going to entertain some larger buildings on a very focused basis. Are we willing to walk down that path and make that choice in how we present the housing element to the state? It'll definitely help us get over the hump, but we still can adopt design guidelines. We still have a lot of control over the vision and how things ultimately look. It may mean that, because I don't think, there are buildings that, are 4 or 5 stories tall that are attractive buildings, that are 60 feet tall that are attractive buildings and would not necessarily detract. I mean, we've talked about examples in whether it be Azusa or other places.
Azusa, Covina,
Yeah.
Monrovia, there's different ones, different shapes.
But it requires that we sort of set ourselves on a path to take the next steps.
Well, back at item 23 was 3 yeses, 1 no, 1 amend. So any other comments that we wanted to make on that one? It was amend by Mayor Pro Tem and a no by Councilmember Thompson.
I'd go back to the comment I made before. If we are not allowing density bonuses, then I'm okay with item number 23. We allow density bonuses. I think the FAR needs to stay in place to give us something.
Right. Then I was looking at my list and I think we hit all the ones that you read off before. Lopez, were there any that you had on your list that we needed to touch on? We need to revisit Plan B at all to help you in any of those areas. Where are we landing on numbers? Mr. Kugel?
I think Plan B, anything other than Plan C would involve, I think, the density bonus
Yeah.
scenario that I think we've heard of.
Right. So where do we land then on the? He said that Plan B would mean looking at density bonuses.
And Plan B would be 4 stories, Jeff,
Yes,
not 5,
not 5.
Except for estate bonuses.
only for affordable housing projects.
And I think the height, I'd have to look at that slide again.
I
but
think it was
the height- I
45.
think it was still 45 feet.
Yeah, so that's why I think that's a pretty good compromise because it only has the bonuses for affordable housing. Yeah,
Or-
that was one you recommended.
Or if the bonuses involve, I mean, if we can't discuss density bonuses, if that's sort of off the table, but if it's about height, then I think that option B included some additional density, but still was at the 45-foot cap. Oh, units per acre, 4 stories. So we didn't establish it's not a height, it was just a story. So I would need to make sure that, you could build a 4-story building at 45 feet. That might be tight. That's really not, you'd probably need 50 feet at least to build a 4-story building.
Yeah, is we have 4 stories, but yeah, we didn't have the height. We just had units per acre.
You've got a lot out of us tonight. Can you go back and retool it? With the still
I
keeping
think
the
you
C?
are on a timeline though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the sooner that we can get something to the state and get the state to certify it, I think the better situation that we're in, and
As we look here this evening, as the mayor pointed out, I think item 23, I don't think we have explicit direction on item 23. We know from the mayor pro tem if items 19, 22, 27, and 29, I believe, are not considered, that 23 would be supported if is that correct?
Yes.
And I think in addition to that, there were 3 others that were in favor. And I think that is the only thing that's left. Either there's some decision on density above and beyond 3 stories and 45 units to the acre is one. And then if not that, then item 23. And I think those are the only 2 areas that we're missing in specific direction on this evening.
I think Gary flipped his vote to yes on the 23.
Well, I really do like what Gary said at the start is, I think we need to go back. There were 36 points on this page, and I think we pulled 18. So we've agreed on a lot of them. And I think if we can go back and give it a 3rd try, Jeff, and maybe have a in-person meeting, and your amazing charm
I don't think charm's going to get us there,
to
Councilman.
help
No.
put this guy in our court. I mean, there's things that we just are not ready to do yet. And we need to understand more, and they need to understand more about us. It's amazing to me that one guy out of 30 million people within the state has this kind of power. And we need to say, here's what we're going to do. Let's get serious about talking about this other stuff. There's three or four things left.
So we have 7 items that are open.
All right.
So I need direction on 23 or the others.
I think 23, you have a majority.
Just want to make sure from the council that we have direction on 23. If
23, yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know where we're getting 7 items left.
So that would be 19,
19,
22,
2.
26, 27, and 29 would be no's then?
Yeah.
Or
No,
do we have,
27 was, yes.
27.
was a yes?
Right.
26 was with an amendment, yes, okay. And 27?
So I think we have like maybe 4 left.
I think there's only 4.
Okay, so
And
27 is yes.
out of
Okay.
36, I mean,
Okay.
And I think that we didn't heed the fabulous recommendation from the Planning Commission on their option B. So, and we did not go with staff's recommendation. So are there any other compromises in between those two that anyone is willing to recommend? If you're not good with going to option B, and if you're not good with staff's recommendation on some of these density bonuses, what would be an option short of that that you would recommend? No pun intended.
Adjournment.
Personally, I believe we looked at 36 items tonight. We agreed.
Well, you've
on-
looked at these for quite a while now. That's why I'm asking. Do you have
And we have a
another
lot of movement.
recommendation?
We've agreed on 32 of them.
that's
That
right.
seems to be a pretty aggressive compromise. to me.
That's I think very, very fair. And we need to state that in bold terms. And if Jeff, I am serious. If you and Adam and other staff need to go up there and sit down with this guy, then you need to do that. And let him know this is how 52,000 people feel.
Well, I don't know if I'd say 52,000
Well,
people, because I don't think you took the pulse of all 52,000,
Well, we're-
maybe
we're
30 people
elected.
that,
And
There was one guy on the phone that liked the
Yes.
taller buildings. I'm just saying.
And we've made a lot of effort to achieve what they want us to do.
But the point beyond this, if this does not satisfy the state, would be next steps. Because there are remedies, there are options other than giving in.
so Mr. Raymond, anything else that you need for us to do this evening, or Mr.
Are
Kugel?
we clear on all the items?
Do we need to discuss Jeff's raise at this point that he's going to be asking for?
I think Jeff may move out of the city at this point. No,
I'm working on my Irish passport right now.
There you
so-
go. So, no, we very much appreciate all of you this evening sticking this out. A lot of difficult conversations. We greatly appreciated your ability to sit there and let staff push and ask questions and try to find clear direction. It was really important for us to do so. Next steps for us, Jeff, do you mind just recapping really quick next steps for us in our informal conversation with the state first before the official submission?
So the next steps is that Veronica and I, we will get back together and we will complete our 3rd draft of the housing element. We have been promised a informal review from the representative that we're working with at the state, because our formal review, they have now 90 days to review it. That's 90 days. And so they have more time now. And I think in part because we are seeing some daylight and, we've sort of given we're going to do some of these things that they're willing to give us an informal review. If we get the green light at that level, we'll submit for a formal 90-day review and hopefully return with a certified housing element. If we don't, then maybe we'll be having other conversation.
I mean, Jeff, I guess I don't get that we gave them 2,700 when the bogey was 22 and some change. So
Correct.
we've already exceeded
So Mendel, I
what their
think
goal is.
they're
Um,
saying those units aren't valid.
Well, but we need to make the case that they are.
So I think was explained this evening is they don't believe without the lot consolidation bonuses, those units are a reality. So
Well,
they're not counting those.
I think that they are wrong. And I think there's support for, that. And one guy should not have that kind of power. That's
Well,
all I'm saying.
Thank you very much to staff for all of your time and effort. Thank you to the Planning Commission. We appreciate all that you had done prior to this to make recommendations to all of us. Thank you for being here tonight. And without anything further, I adjourn this meeting at 10:10 p.m. and turn it to you, sir, to adjourn the Planning Commission.